To quote the hippo, it's we're live with some hot dice rolling action, and God forbid that actually didn't hurt as much as it felt like it should have. And let me unmute everyone else too.
Hi, chat.
Now you're unmuted.
Hello.
Imagine
Hello.
unmuting.
Imagine unmuting.
Imagine muting in the first place.
I mute everything. Like they can't hear shit we're doing. Because
All
I know
right.
the kind of nonsense
So,
we're talking about.
so I guess the interesting thing is when you roll the dice.
Yeah.
I actually would have had 4 versions because I had the uncut version of the narrator and the cut version. So I guess with the 4, I just picked the uncut version that has me stumbling up,
Okay.
jumbling up the words.
The
Why
intro.
not? Yes. Um, everyone fine? Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it. It seems neither historical investigation nor scavenging for riches drives our nameless hero assembly. Nonetheless, they ventured to the clock tower in hopes of discovering the purpose of the thieved clockwork key. Following difficulty entering the front door, our heroes made an explosive entrance, both figuratively and with a burning orb of fiery death. Ascending to the upmost floor, the great passions of Colodor finally ended. Having had limited options to punch better with his newly acquired gauntlets, the raging barbarian lashed out at the Guardian sentry. This led to an unlikely series of events, which ended with the shattering of the support beam of the clock tower. Plunging through a spectral doorway, the nameless band found themselves confronted by a bear. By a bear, yes, by a bear. By a pair of the Gunchuin or Forged Titans, with limited options for success. The mental voice of a levitating cerebrum gathered information of the tower's destruction. Giddy with the newly obtained knowledge, the mentally acute being allowed our heroes to remain alive, teleporting them before the fallen tower. Still in shock, a white-dressed fairy confronted the party shortly after their arrival.
I might have to have you ready to do a bear now.
Bear. Yes, yes.
Yes, a bear.
I think these were supposed to be recordings, and Grandma just kept going.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
I
what
respect
I said.
it.
It was the uncut one
Yeah.
because it was
Uh-huh.
I appreciate that one a lot, Grandma.
I was like, the uncut one is gonna be funny because it's like, yep, bear. I said bear. Yep, bear.
I'm glad that the whole party collectively lost it at limited ability to punch better. Limited opportunities is what it was.
I wrote that part. It's like, oh, this is just fucking great. I love this part.
You did good.
Alright, I'm gonna roll a d10 as an omen for how this session is going to go.
Oh no.
This should be good.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Alright,
Oh, no.
you're rating this session from 1 to 10.
I mean, I'm very excited about this session.
I'm worried. I'm not.
You're
The
not
omen
only
dice
one.
never lies, alright? It's currently got a 0 for 0 success rate.
Yeah, it's 0%.
Xenia is
Okay,
usually
but what if
optimistic.
it's a difficulty rating? Okay, and it's a 9.
Oh my god.
I mean, I haven't killed y'all yet.
There's a
We'll get there, we
There's a
survived the
mistake.
child kraken.
fairy, Yet. and I assume we
Yeah.
broke the mysterious fairy's tower.
No, we didn't break her tower.
Nah, we didn't do anything.
So,
What do you mean?
there was a
Telada
fairy.
did.
So to just try and wrangle the kittens. There was a fairy. She arrived at the end, where you were teleported back in front of the remnants of the tower. You weren't immediately in front of it. You were, let's say, 20, 30 feet back. You were a fair distance, and before the fallen tower stood the sentry. He was damaged. He was broken a little bit, but he was still standing tall.
And what was he trying to guard?
Oh, most likely
Behind it was the
thing
broken
that we
tower.
went
That's.
through.
I'm
What
not
did
telling you
that
what.
mean?
Like, there may be something else there. You didn't look to see if there's something else. You just. No, he's
Well, the
guarding. He's guarding what remains of the tower, which is nothing. It's rubble at this point. But he stands before it, and you heard the voice of the fairy behind you. I'm trying to figure out how much I want to try and do this fairy's voice today.
Stay hydrated.
I
And,
need to refill
dog-
my water too.
Dog can join in.
Yeah. No, I'm not doing high pitch because I can't do high pitch anymore. My testicles dropped many years ago. I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, they dropped and he
I mean,
still
I
hasn't
can't
picked them up yet.
I can't
No.
Hey, at least you
I
don't
can't
sit
if you
on them
want to
regularly.
tell me what you
You
wanna say.
can't say that, D-Train.
Oh my goodness.
Alright. Hydrated.
Oh my gosh, this is awful.
What?
Oh. God, I don't.
It's
wanna-
best to not ask questions. Anyways, proceed, Controlius.
No. You hear the voice behind you. It's the you turn and see this fairy floating in the air, dressed in a white dress, clothed in a white dress. She zooms past you, not quick, but hastily, with a purpose. You almost split as she passes, just sort of give her wake, and she advances towards the sentry. Tiku, you didn't protect the tower. I know I said that in the opposite order last week because I know exactly why I know that, but I know that because I couldn't figure out the name.
God damn it, Zatsu.
More Krabby Packets. She turns after looking at the sentry. The sentry he does stare at this young fairy, or the small fairy. But you don't have the same impression of, I don't say force, but threat that there was when he stared at you. It is, as the best way to describe the the stone face of this sentry, the metallic face of the sentry. It is a softer look.
Okay, question.
Answer.
You described it last time. I may just be misremembering this, but does it even have any facial features at all?
It has
Yeah,
eyes, but it has slots where eyes would be. It just sort of it has a flat metallic face. It basically has eyes. It has basically a lot where there's nothing where the nose would be. It's just basically a flat face with slits where there are
With
eyes.
eye slits.
Eye
Okay.
slits. And then let me make sure. And there is basically a little line going down almost as like a centralized point. There's not a mouth. There's nothing to move for the eyes. But with this look, it feels softer. It's not not something definable. It's more of a sensation of this is not like when it looked at you last time. There was a sensation that y'all were feeling of it's threatening. This time it is much more of a softer look, if that's explainable.
it's sad.
Not sad, more understanding. At this point, the fairy turns back towards you, and she looks among the seven of you. She has a quizzical look on her face. She's almost surprised to see you. Who were you?
I assume this should go to the tiny flying lady, right?
I don't even have an answer for that.
I took the reins the last time you were faced with a situation like this. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
I am hiding in the back.
You let Marion fight? You should.
Yes, you should.
I suppose I should go up and at least try to introduce myself to her. Hi. We. How do I say this? Well, I'm Xenia, and these are. I guess we're a party. Yeah. Yeah. We're just
We blew up your
exploring.
ship.
We were looking around in the clock tower, and something happened.
And she looks at you and she sort of tilts her head like, I don't recognize you, Xenia. Are you also from Lorwyn?
Sorry, from where?
Lorwyn. Do you not know Lorwyn?
It's not a name I recognize, no.
And she sort of opens her mouth like, the queen said there were more fairies. You should meet the queen. She pauses, then turns around back and is like, oh no, but the Deku's tower. She's a little bit flighty, to make the pun since she is floating.
If you don't mind me asking, what was this tower supposed to be anyway?
She looks back and goes, oh, I don't know. Deku always guarded it, and he's nice. And she looks at her, she flies up and pats Deku on the side of the head. Aren't you nice, Deku? The sentry just stands there. No real reaction.
Okay, I'm going to approach. Sorry, what?
I'm super hiding in the back.
Okay, so since he's not threatening, right? I'm gonna try to approach the robot again.
Roll D100.
Oh no.
Look, I'm not doing it threateningly. I'm just going to like
roll
see.
D100.
I don't
he's-
think it matters. Roll your die.
It's okay. Try to also inspect him, and also I'm doing it kind of, I guess, what, shoulder to shoulder now with this other fairy.
Well, so as you approach, roll your D100.
75.
Oh no.
That's good.
Also, he
Assuming
didn't
his
see me
threshold
the
has
first
not
time.
changed. That's a pass.
So
No,
as you
I mean-
approach while just looking forward before, the sentry's face snaps towards looking at you, and it leans, like the shoulders lean forward a little bit, and the body tilts just slightly. It is definitely leaning towards you in a manner it wasn't leaning towards the other fairy.
I'm gonna.
It likes you.
He said Leo wasn't leaning towards the other fairy.
No, it didn't react to
Yes.
the other fairy approaching it, but it is definitely leaning towards you.
Okay, I'll back up a little then. It's time.
I'm surprised though.
The other fairy looks and is like, Deku, no, be nice. Play nice.
I'm surprised it reacted to Temp Doctor that way.
I mean, it never really
Yeah.
saw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it never saw
Doctor.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
figured with another fairy on fairy, it wouldn't take him as hostile.
So
I'm
as a note for
It didn't-
as a reminder, it would have seen all of you last week. The exceptions being
Yes.
the exception maybe being Hippo Grandma, but I can definitely
I
say
mean,
the
it
other
didn't
ones too.
see.
Yeah.
It didn't see me or Hippo.
So it could
but
have
it
seen you
did
while I was
see-
falling down.
Yes.
Yes.
There was
He's like,
definitely
hi.
you. Like that is
mean,
definitely
I would
something
be
that
like-
I can see Trixie just like waving as it falls.
I mean,
Oh
I
my
would do
She
that.
wouldn't have time to react. You've got less
I mean, I
than
was-
1 second while that thing plummets. You don't have time
mean-
to comprehend that you're allowed to be a smartass in this moment.
No, I was looking up through the hole at the thing, and as soon as it was leaning towards the thing, it didn't just fall down immediately.
okay. I'm gonna.
So I think that is fine to imagine.
I asked. I'm gonna ask the other fairy. How did you get him to like you? He's always he was pretty hostile towards us just trying to talk to him before, but he seems to like you.
The fairy looks at y'all, looks back at the sentry. DQ, were you not being nice to them? He's always been friendly to everyone. He even let the kobolds live in his tower. I wonder where they went.
I say
Oh,
nothing in response to that line.
I mean, to be honest, my character would just say this.
Personally, I haven't a clue.
I'm tempted to give Will my disguise kit.
She looks back at DQ. You should be nice. Apologize. The sentry just stares at y'all.
I am
I
going
think
to.
Will should go and apologize to the sentry.
Yeah.
I don't think Will should show up at all.
Can I hold out my hand to the robot like a handshake gesture?
I'm just gonna.
Can I push Will to the front?
Roll a strength check, Zatsu.
No, what do you mean? I'm not there. I'm behind a tree somewhere.
Zatsu knows. Zatsu was keeping an eye on you.
So, Will, roll a stealth check for me.
This is 19.
Oh,
You said you were hiding.
He is.
Okay.
He is in fact hiding behind a tree.
Can I look for Will?
Sure, you can look for him.
Oh wait.
I mean,
how do you
Dietrich, I
do
feel
it?
like you know where he is.
I feel like you're in his backpack.
Fair enough.
No, my backpack is on the ground where I was.
Will do a strength saving throw.
Okay. That's 11.
Oh
So
dear.
Will, I guess I should use names. I'm trying to follow Doc's suggestions from last week. Kaladar has been backing up, and he's successfully sort of hidden from this other fairy, and the sentry for the most part.
For the most part.
Oh, we'll roll a stealth check at disadvantage. I should have asked you to do this before.
I'll just roll it twice,
Yeah.
like normal.
Okay.
8.
Oh.
So he was successfully hiding from them. And he's ducked behind a tree, and as he does, he sort of stands up behind the tree and turns around with his back to the tree. And Nasira is just sort of beside him. And he's in the combination of surprise from her just being there, and in his attempt to still not be seen by the sentry, he isn't prepared for her to basically put her hand on her shoulder and not force is the wrong word, but turn him around the tree and sort of push him towards the front of the group. Kaldar does his best to stay hidden behind the group, but just sort of stumbles in front of the group before sort of trying to take a step back. The sentry does look directly at you, Kaladar, but it makes no advance.
Apologize.
Back away slowly.
If I had to apologize for that pickpocketing that one guard, you have to apologize for this.
Apologize.
Apologize.
And you at this point you hear the fairy. Yes, apologize. Mind you, she is not looking at Kaladar. She is looking directly at the sentry.
She is just like apologize. Everyone in the group is like apologize, and Barry's like apologize.
And you see at this point the sentry stare directly at Kaladar, and just sort of its head tilts to the right a little bit, and then it goes back.
Apology accepted.
I didn't apologize. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure the sentry was apologizing.
What?
I think it was questioning her order.
Yeah.
That's how I interpret
Yeah,
that.
that tilting his head to the side gave me the dog reaction when it's
Huh?
confused.
I mean,
Yeah,
Huh?
I can see that. Apologize.
No.
Cal, come on, man. You just punched him out of nowhere. You wrecked his home. You murdered his friends. The least you
I
can
mean-
do is say sorry.
Do it or I'm gonna
I'm
record
gonna just bring up that
I
he
did
did not
two
he
make
did
a
not
of the
murder.
things
He
that-
also didn't murder his friends.
Kaladar, if you don't do this, I will pour the potion,
no.
the rest of it, down your throat.
He
I mean, you
did
can
not.
try.
Alright. He did not make that sentry fall. The sentry tried to hit Calidor, shifted weight, and then fell on its own accord.
True, but Kaladar
If
did
it hadn't
initiate the
been-
punching.
He was initiating the hostilities. They're both at fault here. One reacted,
So they can
which is
both
less at fault.
apologize.
So
Yes,
at
both
this
of them
point,
should.
you're having this discussion among your party of trying to convince Kaldar that he needs to apologize. The fairy is oblivious to you.
She's
Does-
just too focused on the robot.
Yeah. She's got her little hands on her hips, like leaning forward, looking directly in the sentry's face. She recognized the head tilt to the right, and she seems to be more pouty. The sentry is, as best you can tell, looking directly past the fairy, directly at you, Kaladar.
I'm gonna put my
Cal,
hand
come
on
over
her.
here real quick. Like, let's. I'm curious. Is this guy looking at you? Just like 10 steps to the right.
Roll perception
That
check.
is dead to the right.
Arcalcos, roll perception check.
I mean, it would be a great way to test it. To be.
That's
just
not a
like,
good
"All
number."
right, Calendar.
You
Move
can
to the
definitely
right.
tell
Move
that
to the left.
yeah, you can definitely tell that it is looking at your group. You can't discern if it's looking directly at Cal. That being said, you do have the sensation it might be.
Do I know? I feel like I should just know that.
Roll perception, at advantage.
You got an advantage for it.
Does 13 do it?
Oh, is 13 the advantage one?
Yeah.
So, you definitely feel like he's
Roll
staring directly
10.
at you. It may be the guilt.
I mean, I'm making eye contact and doing the thing Legend said, which was walking 10 paces to the right.
Oh, you are? Then yeah,
Yeah.
you can tell it's like its head is turned slightly to watch you, and it is definitely looking at you. It definitely is not removing the rest of the party from its view, but it's definitely following you. Oh, at this point, roll a d20 for me, Cal.
Oh, yay! This... It's pretty good.
Okay.
19.
At this point, you can see the sentry sort of shift its left arm a little bit. It's a slight shift, but it's almost motioning towards its side. And then you see a slight nod.
What?
Huh.
I'm waiting for you to do something, Kaladar.
Gonna
I
nod back.
guess I kind of do something similar.
Are you gonna shift like your right arm a little bit?
No, just the nod.
Okay,
I don't know
that
what
works.
the arm shifting is, but
He wants to give you the handshake.
So
Only that his hand is like your size of you.
Will, do you remember how you hit it last week?
sort of.
All right, so you punched in the face,
Yeah.
and then you hit a right hook to the basically its left side.
Ah.
So
I
it was
see.
referencing that. But the nod's good enough for me. I'm fine with that. That was what it was trying to reference. It was basically pointing at its side, and then not like I get it. You hit me. Like it's not an apology; it's an acknowledgement, if nothing else.
He's like, "Oh, you did that."
I mean, it's almost it's.
He's tattling on you.
Well, the fairy at this point sort of understands that there's been some silent communication.
I'm gonna just like kind of put a hand on her shoulder and say, "Come on, it wasn't his fault." And bite his. I'm referring to the robot.
Are you advancing towards her again?
I was already next to her because I was approaching her to begin with.
Oh, she's right next to the sentry right now.
Oh.
Because you said when the sentry turned and looked directly at you, you backed up.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize I was that far
It
from her now.
happened.
I mean, you're still at least 5 feet away.
Okay, forget the hint. I say this. I say the line anyway. Forget the shoulder thing. I had a different idea of where we all were.
She looks around a little bit confused, like, I guess. And she looks at the sentry. You apologized? And sentry just stares. She goes, I don't know what happened. Like, okay. I should take y'all to the queen. She's instantly happy again.
Sorry, we didn't get your name. What was it?
Oh. What the fuck did I write down? I'm a Layla.
Who?
Alayla?
Alayla.
Alayla. Okay.
Alayla. I heard a D in there.
No, Alayla. A-L-E-L-A.
Alayla.
I expected an H in there. This is fine.
I mean, that's just the way I speak.
So are we going to go meet this queen lady?
Well, that's up to us whether we want to go with her or not.
That's why I was asking her. So are we going to go meet this queen lady or not? Whatever
Yes.
we do, Kaladar has gotten me beat up, so I'm close to dying here.
You'll be fine.
You're right, we're
He's
all
fine.
kind of dead. We didn't really do a long rest because we literally just got teleported out.
Yeah.
Are you seriously almost dead?
Not.
D-Train's
yeah, not
exaggerating.
really,
He's probably still over 50%.
yeah, I'm over 50%.
I know one of you's at least below 50.
Who would that even be? I got healed for 20 last week, which is 50% of my health.
Then I was thinking of you. But, all right.
Yeah,
I'm at
down.
33,
I'm at full
which
health.
is
I'm at 22.
I'm at 36.
Are y'all going? Are you following along?
Well, we probably take a vote here.
Yeah.
I'm going.
What? All right. Split the party or what?
She has perked my interest with talk of other fairies. I have not met many fairies outside my family, so I'd like to go.
All right, this is a good vote we've got going on. We got one vote.
How would we even get into
I would vote to go as well.
like their place?
It's fine.
Is it a huge place or?
Zatsu, they're
We'll
not
find out.
ants.
Yeah.
What is this? A center for ants?
So,
Catrolius did not design a fairy kingdom that was too small for the party to go into.
I didn't design a fairy. Wait. I didn't design a fairy kingdom that y'all would not be able to interact with in some productive manner.
It's fine. If y'all hit your head on the way in, I'll just use my reduce spell and make you smaller. You'll be fine.
To elaborate on this, fairies in D&D are small creatures, not tiny like I sometimes am.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're small. They are generally listed as small.
The tiny thing is something I'm doing.
Might be bigger than me.
Willingly.
Yeah, the tiny thing is something you're doing willingly. They have the ability. So fairies in general have the ability to shrink themselves. Too tiny. You are again just going back and forth. There are fairies of. Most fairies are considered small. It's plausible that a fairy is medium size. There's not gonna be a lot of them, but fae come in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
We're at 2 votes to go with the fairy.
I say no.
I'll do it. Fairy hasn't led me astray.
All right,
before.
then we have
That's
a majority
3 and
vote.
1.
Yeah.
That Tippo, that's 3.
It's 4.
No, that's 4.
Who did I not hear?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
D-Train.
D-Train always goes with Kaladar.
Forget.
Yeah.
Forget.
I have two.
I did
votes.
forget
Yeah,
this.
did
All right.
Exactly.
All right, so
I'm skeptical. Yeah, skeptical, but I'll go along.
all right. So just for
You can be
reference,
sus.
just for my reference, marching orders. Who's up front with the ferry?
I am definitely
I was about to say,
like side by
Tenth
side with
Doctor.
her pretty much the entire trip
Okay.
going forward.
Who?
I am the resident wizard protector.
Resident Wizard Protector.
I'll be
What
in the
does
middle.
that mean?
Me
You're
and
gonna be in
Kaladar are
front?
gonna be in the back.
I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
I
talking
feel
about.
like
We're moving somewhere. I'm near the front.
We're
All
in
right.
the back.
Okay, so it's
The barbarian and the paladin are in front. I'm in the back with the two wizards, making sure we don't get flanked.
okay.
There's a snake in there somewhere.
Snakes
I'll
in
be
the
in the
middle.
middle. I'll be in front of you guys.
somewhere.
All right. So as y'all start, again, she's not fast. She's relatively quick. But she's about she was about 6 inches tall when she first appeared. At this point, when you start traveling, she continues staying the same size, but you do have a sensation that if she wanted to become slightly bigger, she could. Xania is up front with Kaldar with his suplex in the bag behind Nasira, then Hippo
Get
and
D-Train at some point.
Trixie and Arcalcos in the back. You can see that the Layla is nervous. It looks like you can sort of get the sensation she doesn't often travel with other people. She's trying to keep a steady pace, though she's a little bit slow to begin with because she doesn't really know how fast she'll move. And then she slowly speeds up as she starts getting more comfortable.
Alright. I'm not gonna be the one to initiate this, but you wanna play a song?
I was just about
To
to say,
lighten
can I
the
play a song?
mood.
You beat me to it, Grandma. I was like, can we play a song to lighten the mood?
When she does get comfortable, I want to ask her why she wants us to meet the queen. What's the purpose
What's
of all?
Doc to meet the queen?
Actually, that's a good question. The voice we heard singing the song before was Sylvan, right?
The voice was singing in
Yes.
Sylvan, yes.
Can I?
So I
Might
pull
have
out my
been
thing and
her.
start playing the song.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was gonna
before
pull
you
out
do
the
that-
sheet music and ask if she was the one that wrote it.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go with before D-Train starts singing. I'm going to answer Zatsu. I'm gonna go Zatsu, then D-Train, then Doc.
Yeah, just pretend I'm reacting to him starting to sing the song.
That's
I'll
what I'm
pull out the
doing.
sheet
I'm
music. with
assuming
that.
since Zatsu brought it up first, I'm gonna answer Zatsu's question first, and then I'll go
Yeah.
D-Train, then Doc.
Yeah.
As you sort of slither a little bit quicker forward to ask, and you're still next to Kaladar. You're not all the way up to the front. And she sort of turns around, starts flying backwards a little bit, bouncing up and down. And she goes, "Oh, the queen's so smart. She knows everything about the forest. And y'all said you were wandering around. Were you lost?
We were exploring.
Exploring.
Yes.
What's exploring mean?
It means you see somewhere interesting and you just go there and look around and see what there is to do and how cool it is. We saw a big clock tower.
Yeah, the clock
It
tower
looked
is
cool.
I liked exploring. I do it too. I don't go very far though. I've never seen another fairy. Maybe the queen knows about other fairies.
Wait,
And
your queen isn't the fairy herself?
other fairies from other places. Everyone I know lives in Laurelwyn.
Okay.
We have a lot of people there. A lot of fairies there. A lot of different fae. We got the queen, and we got the storyteller, and we have the cook. And she lists off a bunch of not menial jobs, but just brief descriptions of people. the leaf tire. She mentions the twig gatherer, and she doesn't mention any names, but she mentions a bunch of like druidic jobs.
Okay.
Wait,
At this point,
did that answer in any way that question about
What was the
why
question
she wants
anyway?
us
I
to
forgot.
meet the queen?
why does she want you to meet the queen? Is the question. That was her answer, though. That was her response.
So her answer was listing of other fairies.
Well, her answer was more that the queen is smart, and the queen knows everything about the forest, and then she sort of got distracted by the fact that she doesn't know other fairies.
The brightest bulb on the tree.
That is an apt description, Will.
I mean, that's what she sounded like.
At this
So-
point,
Very.
Oh, what's up, Doc?
Oh, I was gonna ask what she did.
Oh, I like to go. You called it adventuring. I like to adventure.
Exploring.
Exploring.
Cool.
I like to wander. The queen doesn't want me to wander all too much. She says I'm too important to wander.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Well,
at this point, D-Train starts to play the song. And you rolled your 21 already, so.
Yes.
So you start to strum the tune, the melody, and you don't sing the words yet. But you see her sort of bobbing along to the tune. She has a good tempo and a good rhythm to it. And she's just sort of whimsically bouncing along. Xenia, you pull out the. Xenia, roll a d20.
Oh God, you gonna pull out the grocery list again?
No.
He's gonna make cookies again.
I didn't say I was gonna sing it. I was just gonna ask her a question.
I know.
I mean, it's not performance.
You're
You're
right.
rolling a d20.
I'll join.
So, well, I'm not having everyone join in yet for this one.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask this question as the DM before I go on to what happens. Doesn't Suplex have the sheet music?
I don't know.
No.
I don't think we ever established who was carrying
you
it.
didn't establish who was carrying it? Okay, then.
I was the last one to interact with it, though, because I pulled it out last
originally,
session.
yeah, originally I had it, but I don't know what you guys did when I wasn't here before I joined in.
There was no
but I
specification.
remember you. Yeah, it was on my person originally.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that we used it before.
Yeah.
So, alright.
D-Train wasn't there, so he would have pulled it out of the bag while he was sleeping, and he doesn't need it to play.
That's
if
fair.
He's played it a couple times.
Yeah, I know the song.
So, Xenia, you had a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if she knew anything about the song, if she was the one that wrote it.
Ask.
If she was the one we heard singing before.
And she sort of looks at the music sheet you gave her. You pull out, and she looks and goes, "Ooh, that's pretty. I don't recognize that." And she starts like putting her fingers over the nose, like, "I don't know this language. What is it?"
You don't know Sylvan?
She goes,
It's
"I
the
know Sylvan."
language.
And she looks at the Sylvan words. She starts speaking them, and she's not she's not speaking any rhythm
He's
or
illiterate.
rhyme. But then she looks at the notes and she goes, "But what about this language?"
Oh, that's music.
And she tilts her head like, "You can write down music?"
I'll
ask the storyteller about that.
Can I chime in and tell her those notes are what is coming out of this loop currently?
Yeah, you want to say something, say it. I'm gonna make y'all say stuff.
Hey, his guitar speaks music.
Oh.
Can I use?
She starts slowing down a little bit and looks at the lute and goes, "Do you speak anything else, guitar?"
No, it doesn't.
You were saying something, Zatsu?
I was just gonna use persuasion, in case we were close towards the their home. Yeah.
Are you going to ask how close you are, or?
Yeah.
Okay, you can ask.
Okay. Uh.
Are we there yet?
I mean, that's not what I say, but like,
Well, what
I
do you
just
say?
ask. I just go, how far away is this place exactly? I'm trying to stay kind of skeptical about all this.
That's fair.
I've never really trusted kind of fae or fairies of any kind.
Also fair. At this point, you
I
ask this
didn't
question.
realize that you had that. That you were skeptical of that.
Huh?
I didn't realize you were skeptical of fairies.
At this point, you ask the question, and you see, Alayla sort of turn towards you with this bright smile, and then her face sort of just drops as she's not looking at you. And you hear a voice walking behind you, and goes, "Oh, it's about a 2-hour walk. It's a great walk, isn't it, Alayla?" You turn and you see this man who's about 5 feet tall. He has bright blue skin and almost a nice frilled jacket on top of what appears to be a silky leaf shirt. Um, and his jacket, as you look at it, you can tell it's almost woven with flowers. His pants are the same sort of woven flower garment, and they stop about mid-ankle, and you can see he's walking, but he's not walking on the ground. He's like mimicking walking as he floats. And you
So
can
who's the
see
Smurf?
also 2 wings on his back as he sort of just
Fairy.
mimics. No, what do you want, Oko? You're not supposed to be here. You can see the blue gentleman, Oko, give a nice, large, toothy grin. I just wanted to visit. I do so love when travelers are in the Feywild. Looks directly at you, Nasira, and gives a smile.
I squinch my eyes, looking back at him, clearly not being friendly, but also not being hostile towards him.
Ooh.
So this guy just like walked past me and I didn't bat an eye at all. I was
No, he was
not
behind
given the
us.
reaction
Just kind of
prompt.
studying him.
But I'm in the back of the party.
He just sort of appeared. Like, as
Surprise,
he started
motherfucker.
speaking, he was just there suddenly.
Alright, we assume teleportation or my attention stat is -3.
I mean, I'm also
Yeah, we're
walking
saying great
back
balls.
there.
Only.
And him.
I don't think he got past the
What?
passive
And then
perception.
He could have legit just been
Intimidation check.
invisible.
What were you saying, Zatsu?
I mean, it's most.
Intimidation.
You gonna try and threaten him?
Not threaten him, just kind of stare him down.
Okay. So you sort of stare him down. You don't necessarily need to roll for that. You can just sort of stare him down.
Okay.
And he
Okay.
looks at you and gives another toothy grin. It's like, I do so love your kind. They're hysterical.
Oh, right.
And he
Interesting.
sort of
I could say the same thing about you.
he floats up and sort of walks, like starts almost being down. I don't know how to. I know how to describe it without saying. Like almost puts his hands on his knees as he floats next to you, Arceus, and I just called you Arceus. Arcalcos. He goes, quite the.
I
look
am Pokemon God, hear me roar.
I do call him Arky.
Yeah. He looks at you, Arcalcos. He goes, quite the lookout, aren't you? You miss little me though. He sort of drifts off, like head leaning down as he goes.
I'm gonna ask Alayla, you know this guy?
Yes. Queen doesn't like him. She banished him. He's
Oh.
not nice. He likes to trick people.
And at that line, I'm gonna move into like a defensive stance in front of her, but between her and him.
So you
He's
sort
gone.
Do
I
what?
thought.
Oh no, he's 5 feet away. He's sort of taunting you from a distance. He's still got the big, toothy, cheesy grin on. He's not within striking distance.
I'm still gonna do it.
Sure.
Not like blocking her view, but like obviously trying to defend her if something happens.
Aw. Look at the little fairy. It wants to fight. But Oko
I
doesn't fight. Oko likes just to have fun.
like I didn't drop my
I
weapon. It's
vote we
more like
leave this
I have.
creep
Punch him?
behind and we keep walking.
Oh, y'all continue
Should I-
walking. He's just floating behind with y'all.
Should I punch him?
I want
Will.
everyone real quick for me to roll a perception check.
With my -2 wisdom. Yeah, sure. I got that one again.
That one.
11.
Two of us?
15.
What?
Oh.
All right.
Whole party is really good at perception.
The highest roll on 7 dice was 15.
All right.
And then
Me?
Who got above a 10?
Me.
3 people.
All right. Who got a nat 1?
I did.
2 people.
Who's the second?
Who's the other one?
Wait,
The
two
one person
people?
we would want to have a
Oh, Cal.
high
Okay.
roll.
So Kaldar and Xenia have nat 1, and then it looks like Nasira and Hippo and Suplex. I'll be honest, I was expecting you to get there, Grandma. What the fuck was that?
I mean, I have only +2 on the perception. I may have like a high base perception, but I get like extra. I don't know. Do I get like advantage on
Alright.
perception checks from that feat?
So, I want.
I only get +5 to passive perception, no advantage or something for normal perception.
Narissa, Hippo, and Suplex, I want you all to roll an Arcana check.
Oh, what?
Arcana.
Arcana.
Oh. Oh.
God,
8.
I have a +7 on that.
Well, shit.
Uh-huh.
I got an 8.
Okay.
I got a +7 on that.
Alright, cool. D-Train got there.
D-Train did get there. So,
Thank you, D-Train.
No problem.
Kaldar and shoot, Xenia.
Xenia.
I want y'all to roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
Do I
It's
have
okay. I can
advantage?
roll
I
better on
see
that.
it?
I got 15.
No, you cannot see it very specifically because your perception was a 1.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's a 7.
All right. Cool. So, at this point, you see Oko give a bright smile, and most of you do not notice what appears to be a wave of magic going out from him. Those of you, though, a few of you, Narissa and Hippo and Suplex precisely, you do notice the magic, and you figure out, Suplex, that it is illusion. You're able to sort of warn most of the party, but Xenia and Kaldar, you are a little bit late noticing because you were so focused on Oko.
The illusion.
The illusion. The illusion. Well, you're so focused on Oko that you don't notice the illusion taking hold. Kaldar, Xenia, you are able to. You notice in time and are able to avoid. But Kaldar, you run straight into a branch.
Branch?
Yeah. At this point, when you run
I
into
mean,
it,
I
the
can
tree
imagine.
reappears in front of you. And this tree just had been effectively invisible until you ran into the branch. You're only taking 1 point of bludgeoning damage. You ran into just the branch, but you ran into it fairly hard. You were walking in a nice clip.
Okay.
Whack.
I take 1 damage.
Yeah. That could have been a hell of a lot worse.
You could have
Okay.
illusioned a cliff.
And at this point you
Yeah.
hear, at this point you hear Oko cackling. Yes. Oh, yes.
I'm also
Humans.
cackling.
Humans are so good. Ah, you're so much fun to play with. But
Guys, do I punch him?
you know, at this point you see him just sort of fade, and you can see through him, and then he's gone except for the giant Cheshire Cat smile. He goes, but maybe another day. And the smile
I'm
winks
gonna-
out existence.
It might be futile, but can I look around to see if I see him anywhere else?
Sure, roll perception check.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, I got that 20 that time. Cool. I
Yeah.
still got an 18 out of it because it's -2.
So you look around and you sort of stop and look around and dart around the party looking for him, and he's nowhere. He's gone. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. Like you feel like if he was still around, you would definitely know where he was. But he just seems to be gone.
Hey, Trixie, don't you have like a detect magic thingy you can do? Bailed us out that one time. You think that's worth doing right now?
Detect magic.
Temporary DM mute.
For a duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense it in this way, you can use action to see a faint aura on any visible creature or object that bears magic. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Could have worked. I could have done that too. I didn't think about it.
yeah, I was gonna
I mean,
cast see invisibility, but you did that first.
I wanted to put something on him, but I didn't have anything.
I mean, I don't see a reason to.
If you say so.
Zatsu wants
This
to put a fucking
reminds
bell on
me
him.
of. I mean, so the thing that this dude
I told you,
reminds
I
me
don't
of
trust Dave.
Rumpelstiltskin.
is one. It is the fairies of Final Fantasy XIV, and then the other thing is the grinning cat.
Chester cat.
Oh, the
Yes, I said-
Cheshire cat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Cheshire.
That's a good.
Those two. It's
I mean,
like
Considering
fairy-
my last description of his smile, yeah, you should have think of that.
Because
yes,
he literally
the-
said
the-
it.
Yeah, he
the
literally
fey
said.
kind. I mean, the fey kind, or the fairies in Final Fantasy XIV, just
What did you
which
say,
is
Grandma?
sometimes lethal.
You
They don't
cut out there a
know.
little bit, Grandma.
Yeah,
Alright.
I didn't hear what you said.
What?
You
Come
cut
on.
out there. You said the fey kind in Final Fantasy XIV want to blank.
Trick people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like always play with people and trick people, and they don't understand that those tricks are sometimes very dangerous for people. But they play with them.
And yes, I
That
did wanna put a
extends
bell
to a
on
lot
him.
of the D&D description of fairies. Yes, fairies and pixies both. I think.
Yep. This is true statements.
I'm gonna ask Alayla. Oh shoot, I had a question on the tip of my tongue and I forgot what it was. Oh. I just wanted to ask why he was banished. I guess I had something else I wanted to say, but I forgot what it was.
And you can see Alayla. She's sort of got her arms crossed. She's back leading you, but she's no longer as nice and bouncy. She is very much looks like his presence upset is not the right. Annoyed is not the right word.
Does she look scared of him?
No, she looked so a mixture of upset and annoyed, but not strong enough in either of those two directions.
Okay.
And
Were we?
she looks.
Did
more
the
like
voice
she's
sound familiar? Did his voice sound familiar?
No. It was not the flying brain, because I know that's what you're thinking.
No, it's not. That's not what I'm thinking.
Then no, it's not familiar. What were you thinking then?
We haven't met any
I was
other fairies.
thinking of the voice that we heard that was singing.
Oh, his voice is the one singing? No, the voice singing was female.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
fine.
mean, it could have been her. She's like, she knows the words. She doesn't know the music notes, so she didn't write them.
Doesn't
but
know
she
the
could have
words?
still sung.
Well, she can read the words. She doesn't know the words of the song.
Okay.
I
thought she was just illiterate and couldn't read.
She can't read.
She was like,
Yeah.
just like she looks at the thing and it's like, yeah, that's lovely scripture. Looks fun.
Yeah, she can't read
Better
music.
than reading off a grocery list.
That was one time.
You're there.
Doc really wanted some cookies.
I mean, cookies are
Controlius has
fucking
now made
delicious.
it canon that I have a cookie recipe, and next time we're home in Kesdale, I am making cookies.
And before you roll whatever die he gives you for cooking, I am volunteering to not eat them because I don't trust it.
You don't eat. You're a Warforged.
This is
I can act.
I'm gonna help with cooking.
I
God, they're
don't.
gonna
I'm
be
not letting
explosive.
Trixie in the kitchen.
What?
Alright.
Grandma makes the best cookies.
Mine doesn't. Mine makes a good fudge.
Oh
So
my
to
God.
pull back the reins on this, y'all
Yeah,
continue
sorry.
your travel for another few hours. It was around noon. When you got to the clock tower, you weren't there for all too long.
I'm gonna butt in when you're done.
You were there for a little bit. So at this point, it is coming up on around what would be supper time. When you ask, she does say, "Oh, we're almost there." But it seems like it. So as you're going, though, it's up to y'all if you do want to stop for supper and take a short rest.
I can wait till we get there, right?
Okay.
I would say short rest sounds smart.
Yeah.
Sure.
I
Heck,
agree with
people
Legend.
want to heal up with hit dice. Let them.
Okay. So you do stop. As you go to collect wood, who's collecting wood for the short rest? Are you
Not
making a fire?
What do you mean, not me?
We talked about this.
Do y'all want to make an actual camp for the short rest, or are y'all just gonna sit down and rest for a little bit? I guess I should ask that.
That's usually what a short rest is, right?
Okay. So you sort of sit down. You
Sit down
find
and
spots for
rest.
everyone to sit.
While we're doing our short rest, can I fuck, what's it called? Can I also do the Song of Rest?
What's the Song of Rest
Yeah.
do?
It's a bard thing.
If you or any friendly creatures who can hear this, hear your performance regain hit points at the end of a short rest by spending one or more hit dice. Each of those creatures regains an extra 1d6.
Okay.
I don't think anyone's low enough for that to be used or necessary.
Can I do a
Okay,
nature
fair
check?
enough.
All right, Legend. What did you want to butt in with?
What direction were we traveling?
Oh, you are traveling northeast, very slightly east, but definitely north.
This sounds like we're going to that grove we heard about.
No, the grove was west.
Can I
Yeah.
do a nature check to search for
Well, first
mushrooms?
west.
You
Since
want?
I'm at
Okay, yeah. Do a nature check. Look for mushrooms, Satsu.
I was gonna say I'm at full health, so I don't really need this, but I might as well make some use out of it. And fuck.
You found something that's. You found a stump. You do look at the stump, but you don't. You're just sort of staring at it. It's like. So it tilts in your head. You're sort of poking at it with your dagger, but you never really like dig into it to see if there's mushrooms under it or next to the fallen part of the tree. You don't find any mushrooms.
Okay.
Good
Well,
job.
not specifically mushrooms, but herbs.
Julius, do you remember
mushrooms,
which right tool
whatever.
for the job I ended last session with? I'm pretty sure that I said I was going to do carpentry tools and then never used them.
But like
You
at the
said
same time,
carpentry
I
tools.
won't.
You
Oh,
never
wait.
use them. This is accurate.
So
I'm tempted to murder a tree,
um,
but if anyone else has anything, they can say it while I'm thinking.
So as you're sort of sitting around in this circle, just sort of resting, you feel different, briefly, and you see Alea's just sort of is with you, and she's sort of zooming around a little bit above you, and you see a point where she just sort of stops, and it looks funny. Almost as though the color is slightly drained out of the area where you're sitting in. Your body feels lethargic, almost like it's difficult to move, and you're all having the same sensation.
Do I have enough energy to get? Well, I mean that wouldn't really help. Never mind.
So you
Can any of us move? Is it just her that stopped?
So she stopped. You try and move, and you are able to move, but it's difficult.
I was gonna ask to go into stealth, but that wouldn't matter.
Yeah, you're sitting there, Zatsu. You can move, but it's not fast and it's not easy.
Yeah.
So you're not easily able to like try and hide. Um, what?
Does it seem like she
Is
cast
this
something
affecting
on
me
us?
too, being made of metal and all?
This is affecting you as well. Yes.
Okay.
Your body feels heavy. Um, it is. If like, and as you sit longer, the colors in the world seem to dim even more. Um, y'all
Does
are.
it seem like she cast something on us?
She's just. So, do you want to say something to her?
No, I'm just trying to see if I can tell.
So, it doesn't look. She's just seems to be frozen in midair. When you look closer at her, you can see that her wings are not moving.
Fuck.
Huh.
As you sit here, this strange sensation around you. The color seems to bleed from the worlds, and it seems almost everything is black and white. And you hear a voice behind you, behind some of you. The others are facing it. Interesting. And then everything's normal
We
again.
recognize it.
You do not recognize the voice. Everything's normal again. Alea is flying above you, almost impatiently. Like she's not used to resting like you are. Um, she seems to have not infinite stamina, but much more than you expect.
She's not wearing heavy armor.
No, she's legitimately wearing a dress.
No, I was comparing her to
Yeah.
my
Okay.
flight.
Y'all are carrying packs of you have weapons and you have your packs and you have your rations and all this stuff, and she is in a little dress.
So are we just gonna pretend like everything didn't fade and then come back?
I mean,
You said we were facing it. Did anyone get a look at anything of note?
No, no.
Okay.
The people who were facing where the voice was talking from, you were able to see each other, and it was almost in grayscale. And everything behind each other was almost just so dark you couldn't see.
Huh?
It was like the color faded from the trees, and the forest sort of blurs together. So you blurred together, so you couldn't see anything.
I'm gonna try the detect good and evil thing again. Where'd it go?
Okay.
It's in here. Oh yeah, divine sense is an action to detect good and evil. Until end of your next turn, you sense anything affected by the house spell, no location of any celestial fiends or undead within 60 feet.
It's celestial fiend or undead.
That is not behind total cover.
Okay.
Yes.
No, nothing. Absolutely
I should have done this. I should have done this a long time ago. But can I use an insight check on what's her name?
Alayla.
Alayla.
So you want to ask her? So tell me what you want to ask her. How you're trying to figure
No,
out.
the insight.
Sure. So right now she's just circling above you. She's not saying anything. Um, she looks impatient, a little bit impatient. She's not used to waiting. Um, but like if you're trying to figure out if she's telling the truth about something, you have to ask her what you're trying to figure out.
Right. I don't know how to say it without being blunt. I guess I just ask if this is some kind of fey trick. Because I don't know how to sprinkle stuff in there.
Would I recognize it like something like that? Or
Oh, what just happened?
I don't think there was a fake
Yeah.
trick.
Yeah.
Well, no, I meant like where she's leading us to, back to the queen.
Oh. I thought you meant the black and white thing.
So you ask if, like, and she sort of pauses and goes, "No, we're not all like Oko. Oko's mean. He likes to trick people. The queen just wants us to be in peace. And I want people to know more about her. She's wonderful. Sometimes. And
Sometimes.
You can see. Zatsu, roll insight for me.
All right.
you're able to tell she does think the queen is wonderful. Um, there is a deeper connection. There's something between her and the queen. That sometimes is personal for her.
We literally ran to the fairy princess, didn't we?
Maybe.
I'm not asking. I'm asking. I'm not even. I'm
God,
just saying
if
that
she's the future
rhetorically.
royalty, I'm worried.
I am literally just saying that rhetorically. I do not want an answer.
I wasn't gonna give you an answer one way or another.
I know.
Okay, good.
Well, about whatever happened.
Mhm.
That should have been my actual.
Can I make like an Arcana check to like
To see if you.
think
Hey, roll.
about
Sure,
what...
roll an Arcana check.
That should have been my actual
Arcana, I
thing
guess.
that I was
What are you
doing
trying to check?
instead of just.
Okay.
So
It's
you
about
have never heard of
lore
anything.
about spells and magic items. Lore.
There is nothing you're aware of that will do have an effect like that. It is very unusual.
Did it affect? Does
Slowing down time.
yeah, can we ask her? Does she know what the hell just happened?
She most likely didn't even be affected.
Alayla looks at you. The snake asked me a question.
What?
That's interesting.
That's what just happened. She doesn't mention anything else.
I wasn't asking about the snake. I was asking about what just happened to all of us. The slowing down of time, you not moving, us feeling heavy.
And she sort of looks at you quizzically. It's like, is this a joke?
Interesting.
And she goes, I don't get jokes.
Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just not gonna.
Can I look at the party and say something to the party?
Yeah.
Does anybody find it weird that it affected Xenia but not her?
I mean, I don't think it was a phase spell. I think it was something that was targeted at us.
If we're
Can I
worried
make a
about
check?
her
Just based
causing
on...
something, that doesn't make sense because she would have frozen herself and we would have still been able to move, albeit slowly.
Can I do some kind of nature check?
I
don't
just
know.
think she's too dumb to have noticed.
Maybe it's like
I mean, either she was too dumb to notice,
Well,
or
I'm not suspecting her of doing it. I'm just saying it's very interesting that it affected one fairy but not the other fairy.
I think her intelligence status is low as my wisdom stat.
What were you asking, Zatsu? You wanted to nature check something?
Just the forest.
Okay, you want to just see if anything's off. Yeah. So. I'm actually gonna have you do an Arcana check for that.
Okay. It's the same +2, so. Well, shit.
It looks like a forest to you.
Good job.
So one quick thing, Zatsu, if there's something you want to do, let me know what you want to do. I'll let you know what you roll.
Okay.
Because like in the situation of this, Arcana makes a lot more sense than nature.
It does,
based
yeah.
on what it was.
I mean,
I feel like I would also want to, like, I know I've been very slow on saying this, but I'd want to try to figure out what the hell just happened.
Same.
We are all curious.
Like, I don't know if you want me to just do another arbitrary Arcana roll, but my character's definitely curious about what the hell just happened.
Yeah, definitely Arcana roll, sure.
Buttons. Amazing.
Wow, that's a natural one.
You are aware that you are sitting on a log.
Wait, was that that one? Oh no.
Yeah, you're aware you're sitting on a log.
+5.
So at this point, you've asked her a little bit about something happening. Some of you've described the sensation. D-Train obviously mentioned it. You talked about her being stupid. At this point, almost directly in front of her, and she looks at you and she goes, "I don't know. I've never heard of anything like that." And she looks at you, Suplex. She goes, "That wasn't very nice, though." Yes. Maybe the queen knows. We should ask her. We are close. No,
How
that-
long
Let's
are
just
short
get on
rests
with it.
in your campaigns?
1 to 2 hours.
Or do you...
1 to 3
Okay, you
hours.
go with that.
Like y'all can do it for an hour. Like y'all.
I
don't-
forgot. I forgot if it was you I
So-
heard this from or someone else,
so-
but they do like short rests like 10 or 20 minutes or something.
Oh no.
So,
short rest is legitimately like a rest. It's like an hour.
Alright, how much
So
Okay.
does that heal though?
yeah, I was wondering the same
Don't
thing.
worry about
And
that as much. You're not going to be taking significant damage before you're taking your next long rest.
Okay.
do I
Sure.
at least get my from that rest? Do I get my one of my spell slots back?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
If you have that feat, yeah.
Yeah, you can get.
I mean, from a short
I only
rest, you
used
normally
cantrips in the
don't
last
get your
encounter. I don't
spells-
need to think about slots.
You don't get your spells back unless you have like
There's a
arcane
feat called
recovery
Arcane
thing.
Recovery. Yeah.
Oh well, then no. Feat
Yes.
trait. Sorry.
Okay.
Once per day, when you finish a short rest, you can choose expended spell slots to recover up to a combined level of 2, and
Ah.
none of the slots can be 6th level or higher, and that is a feat. And if you don't have that, you can't do that.
Okay. Well,
So you don't.
then no, I am wrong.
You can't just get your spells back unless you have
Yes.
that.
So
Arcane Recovery. Yeah.
y'all continue on the journey, and it's about another
I
hour.
mean,
Before you start
I
noticing the
guess
forest.
I'll not do anything.
What
No,
did you
saying
want
what?
to do? What did you want to do, Grandma? Before I continue, I'm sorry.
I mean, I just thought when it's like a short rest, I wanted to decide on like a tinkering project that
Sure,
we
sure.
were
Okay.
talking about, and just
yeah.
think about something, not start anything.
Oh yeah.
just So that I get those rolls out of the way.
Okay.
So that I choose one idea and then roll the other one and figure out what I'm gonna start working on.
So what do you want to make?
I want to make a musical instrument.
Okay. Roll your d12.
Roll. Didn't click on roll. Okay.
What kind of musical instrument are you making?
A grooming musical instrument.
So, from the sounds of it, a musical instrument with some sort of grooming potential.
Like what? A hairbrush?
I'm imagining a clarinet, but it's a comb.
I was thinking
At the same time.
No, it's like a hairbrush, but also a tuning fork.
That's funny.
All right.
Oh my god.
Does anyone else want to do something during the short rest?
I'm just now very wary that something might be watching us, and that is it.
So as you
I'll cut down a tree.
just how
I was gonna make a wagon as well.
okay.
Or
Okay.
attempt
Okay.
to.
That might take
I
more
was
than
just
a
trying
short
to
rest
say
of time.
something before I fully figured out what I was doing before you proceeded with the story.
So you want to try and build a
Down
wagon?
a tree.
I'm trying to think if there's a quick way to like if you can do that within an hour.
To make a wagon,
That's a
probably
good
not.
point.
Yes, you're here.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Okay.
I mean, you could try asking people for help.
We're not speed running a wagon in the middle of this apparently dangerous forest, all right?
Totally speedrun a wagon in the middle of the mystical forest.
So as y'all continue at this point arguing about speedrunning a wagon, you're walking for another approximate hour before it starts. You start noticing changes to the forest. The forest is getting shinier almost. Like you see mushrooms that have a faint glow to them. And the canopy above your heads is getting thicker. You see fireflies out, and you feel like it's not quite nighttime. It's about the time they should be coming out, but they seem more bright than you would expect. The trees are getting slightly more gnarled, but also decorative. So they're turning, and almost so you see roots coming up from the ground, or shoots that are up from the ground, but they're turned almost as though they're like somewhere you could sit.
I have an idea.
Smaller. What's up?
Step 1. Offer a flask of experimental elixir to Kalidar.
Go through all the steps so I know where you're going.
Step 2. Catch a firefly in the remaining flask.
So you want a firefly, okay. So you have extra flasks.
You assume I've stocked up. I'll take it.
Yeah. Roll a dexterity saving throw.
Saving throw.
Yeah, I'm just
I don't like that that's a saving throw, but alright. I hit a double-digit number. It's a Christmas miracle.
It is a Christmas miracle. Yeah, because for him, the saving throw is the exact same as the regular, but because if he failed it, he was definitely going to trip, fall, and hit his face. So you reach up and you try and grab and you're able to catch a little firefly. You're able to catch actually about 3 of them.
Yes, I do poke holes in the flask so they don't suffocate.
Yeah. And you have a little canister of fireflies now.
I did it. I made nightlight.
As
Huh.
you notice the forest getting more magical, our Calcos is sitting here, proud of his little firefly lamp. And you notice that some of the trees start, the way the wood bends, in ways that the tree wouldn't bend. You see the main trunk, and then almost a few branches coming down and making what appears could be a hut. Now it is not. Obviously, it's just like a few branches, but as you go further, you notice more and more that these trees with huts built into the side of them from branches coming down. And then you finally get to a point and you look forward and you see a pair of trees that are not growing straight up. They are very much growing curved and entwined with each other at the top and then split back off into a large building almost. You see a magical light from within the doorway. And it's warm and inviting.
This is where you live.
And Layla will say, yes, this is my home. Yes, this is Laura Wynn. And she points towards the 2 trees that are entwined. And she goes, that's where the queen is. Let me take you. And she starts leading you that direction.
So how big is she when she's in her small form? Or has she even been in her small form?
She's been in her small form the entire time. She's about 8 inches tall. These trees are about 5 feet tall at the entrance. It is curved, but it's curved much more domed. And there are branches coming forward off the trees. It's very much a 2 trees, and it looks like a number of roots coming off of it, making a large, almost cabin. You got a question, Kalidar?
Oh, just noting the height.
8 inches is tiny?
It's 5.5 feet tall.
Wait,
You
wouldn't
said
that be
Alayla
tiny?
was 8 inches tall, which is a tiny size and not a small size, which was the
Yes.
confusion.
She is currently tiny. She's been tiny the entire time you've met her.
Yeah,
she
and I
has
asked if she had been in her small form.
Oh, I'm
as
sorry.
in,
I'm
like,
sorry. Yes.
Small size and not tiny size.
She's been in her tiny form the entire time. I
Okay.
apologize.
There was the confusion because I was like, wait, that is tiny size.
So this is her smaller form, which is what I was thinking.
Yes.
That's the way I answered, and that was my mistake. I apologize.
I mean, and it's fine. You could think that from the way I asked.
So, anything before y'all go in?
I'm like
following her in.
6'3". I don't feel like walking on my knees.
You too, huh?
How big is like the entry thing and whatnot?
It's about
Is that
5.5
even,
feet tall.
Mentioned 5.5.
So even
Well, I
Pretty
can
good.
go in there easily. And
I can go in there, but I'm
barely
like
go in there.
almost touching the top. Woohoo!
I'm pretty sure I'm like 5 feet.
Zatsu, you could also like just slither closer to the ground.
I also
Yeah,
told
fair.
Controlius, I wanted my character to be my height, so I am good.
Who else isn't good?
It's just us. Maybe
Hippo?
Hippo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
How big
Hippo's
is
the
Hippo?
unknown here.
Yeah, how tall is Hippo?
It's a good question.
All right,
I-
make it
I-
up on
you
the
have it-
spot. How big is the GIF?
I always thought he
don't
was
know.
the biggest party member by far.
Yeah, I never really thought about how big my race is.
let's
If-
find out if there's a
Let's see.
listing for that.
Yeah.
Halfway
I
through
would
session
imagine something
6.
modeled after a hippo, even if it's walking bipedal, is still at least 6 feet tall.
Yeah,
I mean,
usually.
Not
average
a
height.
hippo.
Average height is what? 8,
It's even listed.
8 to 9.
Oh dang. Okay, I was right. He's by far the biggest party member.
A
He's
hippo,
tall, boy.
but he's a GIF/GIF.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 feet tall is a bit
Not
tall.
listed.
Alright,
So we
Yep.
have tall and very small. We have nothing in between.
so as y'all approach,
So-
the group that is tall enough that has no issue sort of goes in without thinking about it. The rest of you sort of
Yeah, let's just stand there like,
lean down and sort of like poke your heads in. Kaldor, roll a. Or does anyone want? Does any of you want to try and go in?
I could crawl. I don't
I've-
want
Stay
to.
outside.
I mean, you can
I-
sort of bend over. Like this is the entrance is about 5.5 feet. You don't. The trees are obviously taller.
I would like my choices are crawl, knee walk, or like squat walk.
This is 6 inches.
Five
6
5.5
inches.
feet to 6'3" is 9 inches of like bending my head down, and I don't think that works.
It does work.
If you say it works, I will apparently have a sore neck tomorrow, but I can fit.
I mean, it's like bending at
My
you're-
sore
you're-
robot neck.
You're bending at the waist. It's because I've done that before. I've gone through things that are like that.
Yeah, just down. Like my uncle is 7 foot tall and he has to bend down, but he does it. It's in the doorways.
I don't want to go in, but I want to.
I mean, if it's
Or I'll
on the
squat
outside.
walk. If Controlius is
mean-
trying to convince me that my height is not an issue, yes, I will go in.
So you duck under and you sort of use your arm to make sure you go under, and then you walk in, and the inside is taller.
She invited us in, right? We're
She
not just
invited you,
walking in.
yes.
Okay.
She asked y'all to come in. Zatsu,
Okay.
you said you wanted to stay at the door.
Yes.
Okay. At seeing
call
our
him
calculus
Temp
have
Doctor for
sufficient
once.
space.
What did you try?
I said I'm
gonna
following
go
Temp
in,
Doctor
too.
for once.
What'd you say, Will?
Yeah, I'll head in too.
Okay. You do the same.
Please don't.
Hippo,
Please don't
as you look in, you notice that even though it is more spacious on the inside, it is still a bit low to your head. So I'm assuming now you can tell me I'm wrong if you want, and I will alter.
Oh,
I'm
I have
assuming
an
you're staying by the
idea.
doorway, sort of leaning in.
No. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know if Hippo wants to do that, but I had the idea. He could also just have his hawk familiar go in and just use his senses and be like, I'm here.
Yeah, that would work. I could
was
stay by
like,
the
that
door
is
and send my
actually-
bird in.
Hippo
It
sort
is
of
actually a
sits
useful
down by the
idea.
door and starts focusing and has the hawk go in, and the hawk sort of just plops down and starts walking up and stands next to the rest of the party. As you, for those of you who have come in, for Zatsu when you're looking in, you're able to see it's not it's not super large, but it's still very spacious. It is large enough for you to not necessarily be against the back wall, but be along the wall, or be within this place in a semicircle without being more than halfway forward. Before you, you see a throne, again built out the roots of the trees. They're entwined. That atop sits a older woman. She's not, or what appears to be an older woman. She is dressed in a regal purple dress. It is very much a mixture of cloths and silks and flowers. And there is a flowery crown on her head that appears to be made of branches. But they're very much defined as sort of twisted and melded into a crown. She is fairly attractive, and she sits not demanding, not with her arms on the throne demanding his presence, but calmly. She appears to be talking to one of the figures to the left, who appears to be a knight of some sort. Um, this fairy is much smaller, only about 12 inches tall, and they seem to be sitting on the back of a raven.
Like a mount?
Like a mouse, yes.
Okay.
Ravens are
Interesting.
big.
Ravens are quite big. This fairy
Yeah.
is a 12-inch tall fairy off the back of the raven.
Uh-huh.
Um, they are armed with what appears to be a lance, and they have a small wooden shield as well. There is another guard on the other side who is about 4 feet tall, who just is standing at attention. The one on the right, who is 4 feet tall, is male, while the one who sits on the raven is female. They are both young adults in appearance, though with fairies you're not necessarily positive of any of their ages. Um, you see Alayla being a little bit cautious at this point, advancing. She's sort of she has grown to about a 3.5 foot height and is standing barefoot in front of the throne. Feet are twitching and rubbing the back of her ankle with her foot. She's got her hands behind her back, like she's trying to present herself well, but she's very fidgety. And you
She's
can
anxious.
tell, yeah, she's anxious. You can see the queen finish whatever discussion she was having with the small knight, and the knight stows their lance across their back, caresses the front of the neck of the crow, and then pats it slightly on the side of the head. It extends its wings and flaps, and then glides past you. The queen turns towards you and looks at Layla, and before looking at your party, along with the raven, or the hawk that is Hippo.
I'm tempted to ride this familiar like a mount now. What is this?
I mean, that is something we can do at another time.
I know, I just had the thought.
This is
You just didn't have
an
it
interesting
before.
party you have brought me, Layla. Where did you find? And she looks through the group, and she pauses, very much pauses on you. Um, oh shit, Zania, and also pauses on the hawk. And then there's a slight double take when she looks at you, Trixie. And then she looks at the rest of the party and says, "You're quite an unusual party. Where did you find them, Alayla?" "I found them at Deku's tower." And you can tell the queen tense just slightly. "You went back to the clock tower? You went that far without an escort?" "I was careful." You see the queen purse her lips, take a deep breath, inhale slowly, and then sort of just exhale slowly. And she looks directly at Layla. "We will have this discussion later, my dear. If you would, please go to your room. I will speak with this party you brought." You see Layla sort of tense up when she's told to go to her room. "Yes, mother." She shrinks back down and
Yeah,
lies off to
okay.
the right,
That's yep.
down a hallway.
You guessed fairy royalty for tonight's bingo.
It was, yeah.
Everyone should have known.
Yeah.
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 I picked up on it like 15 minutes before I said it, but sure.
And she looks at your party and she goes, "You are an interesting group." And first she looks at Zenobia. She goes,
When she looks at me, I'm gonna like do a standing like little half bow gesture at her.
goes, "You're not from Lorwyn. You're from the far west, I believe." Yes.
Okay, I genuinely don't know how to answer that because
This area is to the east of where you're from. Yes.
okay.
This is to the far east of where any of you are used to being. You went through multiple towns.
I vaguely remember this from session 0.
Then I'll just nod when she asks the question.
I am aware of some of my sisters and great aunts who had kingdoms over there. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your name, please?
Xenia.
It is a pleasure, Xenia.
The kingdom my family was a part of is no more, unfortunately.
That is most unfortunate. Our kind are not common in this world. Our ways are not always appreciated by those who would advance technology, advancing too quickly for the world itself. I will cry for the loss of your family and the loss of their home.
I twitch a little bit at the technology comment.
She sort of turns towards you. Ah, a metal man. Though with some
That's what I call it.
very
Proceed. Proceed, I'm fine.
very improved parts, I believe. She's looking at your wooden arm and wooden leg.
I cannot agree.
And she looks at you. Your name.
And
she pauses. And
I
she
am
goes,
Markalkos.
Well, before you answer, she pauses and she goes, "Are you a boy or a girl?"
I am Robit.
He's Professor Oak now.
Are you a boy or a girl?
Oh my goodness.
Are you a boy?
Are you a socket
you
or a plug?
Oh my god.
You're a robot. Then you give her her name. She goes, "Such a strange name. At least strange to me. You are also welcome in my kingdom. I appear to have offended you. I apologize. My people are much more in tune to the planet than those who would have built you."
Yeah, I can't relate. I'm not from this planet.
And she looks at you and she goes, with a little squint, goes, "Perhaps you are the design on the area on where you are from." She moves on towards Trixie. "You look familiar, dear. May I ask your name?"
Trixie Locksmith?
Was it Locksmith or Lucksmith?
That's a U.
Okay, I want to make sure. It was based on the sound. And she looks at you and she goes, "Trixie. Interesting. Very interesting. It is a pleasure to have a young gnome in my home. It has been a number of years since I've had one. Perhaps we will discuss the other gnomes I had later. You are also welcome in my kingdom." And she looks at the hawk. Goes, "A fine feathered friend.
No.
What is your name, young one?"
So, can I speak to her telepathically from outside?
Do you have telepathy?
I have 60 feet telepathy. Yes.
Sure.
So,
It's less than 60 feet from where you are.
No.
So yes, I will tell her this fine feathered friend is Tobias, my familiar. And I am speaking through him because I am too large to fit in your building.
And there's
ZD is gonna kind of giggle at that line.
So you can't. Are you speaking telepathy?
Yeah, you
or
can't
to her?
hear it.
Yeah, okay.
I'm telepathying her.
And there's a pause, and she tilts her head just slightly, as you speak in her head. Ah. And there's a slight shift at the back, and you notice the branches and the roots that are towards the front pull, revealing part of Hippo's shoulder as he sits with his back to where the wall used to be. Oh yes, you are quite large. Well, it is a great pleasure to meet you, Tobias. And you are also welcome in my kingdom. May I ask your name?
I will tell her my name is unpronounceable by most people, so most people just call me Hippo.
Unpronounceable. Quite a strange group you really are. You are also welcome in my kingdom, Hippo.
I wonder how that would work if you would use telepathy to tell the name, and she couldn't pronounce it back, but she would know your name.
Yeah, you can tell. You can describe her. You say this is what my name goes by, but it's most unpronounceable. But if you just want to say it's unpronounceable by most people,
I can tell her my name is supposed to be music note heart # question mark.
So you say the sound that this makes. And she goes, yes, most unpronounceable.
I'm just imagining like a car wreck followed by a bicycle horn followed by a record scratch.
Yeah.
Well, my reference is basically Gino from Mario RPG.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's funny.
I mean, that
I've
is
missed
what
the
I
D
had
train,
got
the
from
world
that.
At this point, she looks at you, Kaladar. She goes, a human. It's not often that I see your kind in my forest. What is your name, sir?
Whoa.
Eladar.
It is a pleasure, Kaladar. You too are welcome in my kingdom. And then she looks at our plasmoid.
Queenie lady.
And there's her shoulders stiffen when you say it.
Uh-oh.
And then they relax. And she looks you over. You're a bard.
See.
There's a pause.
Is there a problem with that?
You seem much more cultured than the last bard who attempted to
Well, thank you.
What is your name?
Just call me Soup.
And she pulls her head back, and she's looking. Her face is regal, but when you say Soup, her face her visage breaks a little bit, and she's confused, and then it goes back. Yes, Soup. What a unique name.
Why, thank you.
You too are welcome in my kingdom. And then she looks at you, Narcera. She goes, are you uncomfortable in my home?
I've run into my. Well, no, I can't really say that I've run into Faye a lot. Now, can I?
You can say that you've run into Faye before.
Oh, okay. I've run into my share of Faye before. Bad experiences, and I just don't trust them. That is all.
Xenia looks a little sad at that comment.
But my name is Nasira.
I appreciate your honesty and your candor. Yes, there are. And she purses her lips, and you can see that she's almost biting her tongue. Some such as Oko. He is a blight upon my forest, the one that has done nothing to justify true banishment. He is no longer allowed within Laurelwyn, but I cannot banish him from the forest. But yes, I understand. You have my sympathies for your past experience, and you too are welcome in my kingdom. She sits
Thank
a little
you.
bit straighter, a little bit more proud. She goes, and I am Una. I am queen of the Fae of Lorwyn. You have met my daughter. You have kept her safe from her travels from a place that she should not have gone. And I appreciate it. I will have a place for you to sleep for the night.
We appreciate it.
It is the least I can do for your good deed. And she raises one of her hands, and
Are
you
we allowed
see
to ask questions before we go?
you speak up, and you see her sort of put forward her hand, and you saw one of the knights coming off from the side that you hadn't seen before. Starting forward and stop and snap back to attention. She goes, Mr. or Mrs. Soup?
Just soup.
Just Soup. You had a question.
I have many a question, but do we have the time?
And at this point, you can't from the lights outside, you can't tell truly what time it is. It would be about a little bit past supper time. Um, so, but were able to eat a little bit during the short rest. So there's not a deep need for you to eat at this time. So there is a little bit of time. She looks at you and she goes, I can answer questions for a little bit.
All right. So, Queenie lady, what's with the clock tower? You know anything about it?
And she again tenses a little bit. She doesn't recoil, but it looks like she wants to, with the lack of decorum. But she holds herself, and she looks at you and she goes, the clock tower is an ancient relic from a long past civilization.
Was.
We
Was?
She pauses, looks at you, was?
something happened to the clock tower. It's no longer standing anymore.
And well, the last relic of that foolish man's home is gone. And she nods and says, good.
Sigh of
I-
relief.
Yeah, about that. Do you know what was inside it?
Purses her lips. I never ventured into it. Mishra was arrogant. He believed he deserved to be able to build his inventions. Walking metal monstrosities.
I'm
And
just
she-
gonna walk outside for a second.
She looks at you and she goes, I apologize for your brethren kind.
You're good. I'll be back. I'm gonna go check on something.
uh, uh, uh.
I forgot about that when I was writing this part. And she nods to you and she goes, he was arrogant. destruction of his home was his own fault and deserved.
So, do you know nothing about the purpose of the clock tower?
I assume
We were
it was
hoping to ask about it.
I assume it was a clock, but maybe my storyteller will know more. His
Oh.
name is Patinkin.
That sounds familiar. Where do I know that name from?
As a party, you don't.
No, I'm asking as a player. I know I've heard that name before.
There's probably a reason you know that name.
Yeah, I know.
What was the name?
Patinkin.
I want to.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Okay, and one more. Well, I got two more questions.
She
All right.
sort of again tightens and continue.
So on the way here, we took a rest, and some weird shit happened.
And you describe what happened.
Thank you.
The loss of color, the heavy weights of the Alayla freezing in the air. As you describe it, the queen looks not confused but concerned. Again, she tightens when you mention Alayla freezing and her wings not moving, but sort of loosens when you describe that everything just sort of went back after the voice.
It feels almost like time stopped around us, but also like it didn't. It's kind of weird.
That I have not heard of anything such as that in
Honestly,
many years.
Oh, so you know someone who could have done this?
And she pauses and goes, "You must understand." And she nods towards Xenia. Is like, as she would know, our kind
I would.
has a quite extended lifetime. Some of us even greater than others. I have seen many, many passages of seasons. When I say that the person I know who could do this, who was human, there's no way he could do this.
I thought it was just one of your defense mechanisms for anyone who wanders closely to your home.
And you see the knights that are around the room. There's not a lot of them, but there's a couple, and they sort of tighten and sort of stand tighter at attention, sharper. No, no. We have our cliques for that. And they will defend us from any invaders. But no, it is incredibly powerful magic that was used so long ago. I was a young Fae the last time I saw it.
Was it over by the clock tower?
No. It was to the north, near the mountains. I too heard a voice.
In the wasteland?
No, the wasteland's to the east.
Okay.
And also, she pauses. No, the wasteland's to the east. And at that time, the wasteland was not a wasteland yet.
So this is before their brothers had their fight.
War.
Or
A fight.
well,
there was definitely a fight.
Conflict, whatever.
I mean, it could not be him. he would have been dead so many times.
Who
She
is
looks at
he?
Kaladar and she goes, "Your lifespans are so short."
Especially this one.
You had another question.
Oh, where's the free food?
Oh,
The food.
I'm gonna Xenia
Yeah.
face palms at this,
Una,
but also
Queen Una
has
looks at you
My face palm too. Sorry, go ahead.
and sees the reaction of the party. I will have our cook make something for you to partake in.
Hey. Anybody got anything else?
And she tightens
I'm
again.
outside.
The queen, she tightens again. She goes, you hear under her breath, "I believe that's my line."
We thank you for your hospitality.
You kind of asked what I was going to ask, D-Train, so it doesn't really matter.
All right, sorry.
I think you tried to ask what anyone was going to ask. So
I had
the
lots
guard
of
comes. She
questions.
raises her hand again, and the guard comes forward and guides you out. The ones of you who are inside. I'm assuming Hippo, as the hawk walks outside, you release and just start standing up yourself.
Yes.
And the hawk goes and sort of goes up into the tree branches to not nest but sit. And you can see the fairy sort of not confused but not really sure which one of you or the hawk to look at. Like to almost not address but suggest they follow. They guide you off towards the right to um another what appears to be a house. It is just one tree, and you see before it another fairy who's chanting something in Sylvan and shifting their hands and
Do I understand what she's saying?
Yeah, it's a spell. And you see the
Okay.
tree grow and expand upwards, so it is now tall enough for Hippo to enter.
Thank God.
And
He's gonna be like, I gotta get the food, man.
you enter, and it is not a large room. It's maybe about 20 by 20. It's enough space. There's spaces for you to sleep in different spots. Um, though everything appears to be made of branches and um leaves and moss. Um, as each of you finds a spot for yourself, it's comfortable enough. It's not none of it's uncomfortable. Um, there's a you have a little bit of concern, Hippo, that it will support your weight before you sit down. But as you sort of push against it and test it, it is definitely holding your weight. It's strong and steady. Since you are probably the biggest person here. You all just sort of sit down, and then you see a little fairy walk in, and he's portly. And he has
The chef.
Yeah, he looks portly. He's got bright red cheeks, and he wavers.
Santa.
No beard, no beard. And he sort of looks at you and goes, "Oi, y'all look like a hungry group. I had my best food made for you." And he turns and he raises his hand and claps, and you see a number of fairies come in with all these plates. Um, and there are a bunch of vegetables and different things. They're all like there are there's some meats, but they're small, like rabbit and squirrel. Um, there's not a lot of meat, but there are a lot of different types of food, different breads. There's some that are very flat and ruby breads. They're flat and wrapped in a large leaf. There's others that appear to be cylindrical. They're about 2 or 3 inches long, and again wrapped in leaves. These though have a definite aroma to them that is enticing. As you take different things, you eat them. They're tasty. There is a small pot in the center that is maybe 6 inches tall and about 3 inches wide of sort of greenish gray beans, which you're all a little bit hesitant about. But
I'll try one.
when you taste it, it's full of flavor, and it doesn't overwhelm your senses, but it engulfs your senses. Your smell, your taste. It's a little bit tingly, and like your vision doesn't blur, but all your senses are so overwhelmed a little bit or so enthralled that you have difficulty focusing your eyes. Um, roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oh. Not Tony.
Everybody? Or
No, just
Wait,
Doc.
what?
You feel woozy, but just a little bit, and you're able to sort of weigh it off. Um, your body is just relaxed at this point. You are a little bit tipsy from
They
eating a
pack a
single
punch.
Oh, okay. I think it's got a bit of a kick to it. And I'm gonna hold out one for Cal to try.
yeah.
Are you gonna try one? All right, roll a Constitution save.
He's gonna be knocked out again.
You are once more you are tipsy. You have the same sort of sensation. It's your vision's a little bit almost blurred from all the flavor, all the smell when you take a bite out of it. Your body sort of tingles.
I would have thought that it would be a bit less intense for someone like double the size, but
He also rolled worse.
Yeah.
It's true.
They are they are definitely very strong. But yeah. So, what do y'all want to do? You want to take your long rest,
Oh yeah.
or you want to discuss stuff amongst yourselves?
Are we all sleeping in the same room or something? Or...
Yeah, it
They
is
only
just
have
a
one
singular
room.
room. Yes.
Okay.
So, does anybody want to discuss about how she said a human did that, but it was a long time ago? And
I assume I've just reconvened whether or not I said so or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she
Yeah.
said that, I was thinking maybe it was whatever we met in the tower could have done it, but apparently
that's what I
not.
was thinking too, but apparently not.
I
When she
mean,
was, go.
But it's magic, and if they're strong enough, have strong enough magic to stop time for a short second.
Maybe they have enough magic to live a long time.
Mhm. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You- That's exactly what I'm thinking.
I mean, the winner of the Brothers War.
Was there really a
Urza.
winner?
Yes, there was a winner.
Okay.
Have I told you all there was a winner?
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
I remember sitting on the shoulder of a turtle reading about it, and I don't remember much more details than there were two brothers and there was a war. And it was a big war. That's about
It
it.
was a big war.
I
But
mean,
someone won.
I mean, you're making assumptions, Grandma.
I am making
I mean,
assumptions. But
somebody
I'm
probably
also
lost,
from the
but
academy.
This is fair. Roll a history check, Grandma.
Well, with my feet, I am rolling with advantage.
Okay.
Actually, that's a good question. Since I was sitting there listening to it, would I know
18.
this too?
You were not really focused, but this is
I
something
was
Grandma could have
falling
known.
asleep. Got it.
Yeah.
I want to ask Soup if he wants to do a performance.
I vividly remember Doc rolling a nat 20 when we were trying to decide whether or not he was understanding what was going on.
Okay. So let me finish with let me do Grandma's response
Yeah.
to his role. So Grandma, you remember reading the stories about the Brothers War. There's not a lot of them that were in the academy that you went to, but there are definitely stories about them. No story mentions a winner. As far as the books that you read, there were two losers.
No one wins in war. Got it.
Well,
Hmm.
one of them survived, um, but at the cost of his brother.
I
Well,
mean, if they
that's
have
how
a war against each other, there would be a winner.
Yeah, but so yeah, one of them survived, but at the cost of his brother, and did not. No, nothing speaks of him doing anything beyond that. Like they were both, to your memory, they were both great creators beforehand, of different technologies, and they're both there were a lot of feats they accomplished. Though you don't necessarily remember all of the feats, but after the completion of the war, one of them was dead, and the other one fell off the pages of history.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, from just based on the information I mean, from the academy, I would be like, yeah, they would be like, they know about their great invention because that's what they're famous for, obviously. But afterwards, one of them was dead. They couldn't invent anything anymore, and the other one didn't continue doing anything history worthy that people would write down. So
Do you know much about their inventions? Because the Queen seemed to have a distaste for them. I'm
I
asking
mean,
this to Trixie.
So I guess I have to answer. Actually, I have to answer part of
Yeah,
this
I
now.
know. That's-
So there are the stories talk about them creating, as she described it, titanic middlemen.
Hmm. Like the Sentry.
This
Titanic is way bigger than the
I
one we
mean,
found, though.
the Sentry is most likely one of their creations.
so
Is like the one thing that Trixie could say about that.
yeah, there's no in none of the books or stories. Everything describing that was like they were drawings and there were descriptions, but you could tell, Trixie, that they were not, um, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a very good word for this. They're not historical retellings. There's not, art from the time. They are things that were written and drawn significantly after it happened. Um,
Weren't there?
so there's no positive, confirmation of what anything they made looked like, but to assume that one of them, the Sentry, may have been one of them, or there may have been perhaps the large creations that you saw, in the
I
second area
mean,
may have been one.
Yeah,
Some of
that's what
them,
I was about to say.
yeah,
Those giant metal men that we ran into with the brain.
like
the
the assumption that those could have been
gargantuan.
made by one of the brothers, is definitely a possibility. There's no
Yes.
reference to them being created in another manner.
Hmm.
I mean,
I'm just gonna come out and say it. Brain is one of the brothers.
who's one of the brothers?
I think the
Tentacle
brain is
brain
one of the
dude.
brothers.
Do we know of any
Oh, the
magic that
brain.
would make a human able to transform into something that grotesque, though? I don't.
We don't
I
know.
don't
We
think
I
don't.
that's
mean,
something.
We don't know a
Man.
lot
I
of
mean,
things.
I had this thought earlier when I was trying to think of like how is this brain relevant, and then we started getting more into the brothers lore, and that actually like held some weight as a like plot detail, and like what is the most vital part of the body is, or the most
Mm-hmm.
vital part of your identity for your as like a body part. It's your brain. That's the thing you're going to try to preserve the most. And if your brain happens to grow tentacles, yep, that checks out.
I don't know much about how like his
I haven't connected all the
capabilities.
dots as to why it makes sense. This is just a thought.
Well, it's not just the brain
I
you'd want to
mean-
preserve, but like also the spirit or the soul as well. But
I mean, I'm not sure
Those
that
are
was
less
one
tangible.
of the brothers. It just feels like it wasn't one of them. Just from my intuition, it's just like, all right, this clockwork tower was made by the brothers or one of them, and the brain was very giddy and happy about the tower being broken.
mhm.
So I assume it's most likely not one of the brothers, but like one enemy of the brothers that was sealed by them. Maybe before they
Alternatively,
had the
Brain-
dead
war
brother
or
made the
after.
clock tower.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Brain
sure,
had a
but they
master.
wouldn't be. It wouldn't be giddy. Yeah, the brain had a master, but the other brother, like from the wall with the loss, it sounded like they regretted that they lost their brother. It sounded like after the
Yeah.
war they regretted losing their brother. That both of them lost the war. One
So-
won, but
That's
at
what the
what
history
cost?
books say. Did you talk to him?
Did you talk to him?
No. I'm saying we don't know.
So both that monster
I'm just
and
assuming. This is
Yes.
just.
Everything
This
is,
is
it's
it's
just
just
everybody's
discussion and
opinion currently. Yeah.
assumption.
So to cut in real quick, Doc, you were saying something.
both the queen and the monster referred to it as the Tower of Mishra. Mishra was one of the brothers, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if he's
Mishra and
if
Urza. That's why I mentioned Urza
If-
to the brain when we were there.
okay. Okay. I don't know. To me, he just when we saw him, it didn't seem like he was. I mean, obviously, he didn't seem human, and honestly, the brothers were human, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That'll answer.
So
that.
I don't know. I don't think that was either of them. I think that was just something else, something else
I mean,
entirely.
That is what I also have as my intuition, but I don't have any facts to prove it.
Yeah.
It's just my assumption. Like, if the master of that thing was one of the brothers is debatable, but I also don't think that's the case, just based on its reaction.
Definitely something to think about. I had another thought. As the queen was going around and addressing each of us, part of me was wondering, why are we all traveling together? And not like I want to leave you or anything. I'm just kind of out of curiosity. We all met at the manor, and then we just kind of stuck together ever since.
Because we work well together.
But like, are we wanting to be like a force for good or something, or are we just having fun traveling and exploring together?
I'm having fun.
I think it's
What
the
is our
latter.
goal? That's an interesting question.
Because if
Interesting
we're going to
question.
keep traveling together, I think we should have a name for ourselves, right? Because I thought of a name that I kind of want to run by you guys if we do want to have a name.
Hit me.
Hitman.
So I'm gonna. We're
What is it better than just one calendar to be like, okay?
Dangerous things to say
So-
around Kaladar.
Yeah,
So-
really.
I'm sorry. What did you want Calendar to do? What? God,
Calgus
read
just
loud.
yelled,
Awesome.
said,
if Keldor
"Hit
actually
me."
punches Arky at that, okay, that would be hilarious.
Oh, that's what. Who am I
Yes.
punching? What?
I'm just gonna casually walk out.
Kaladar
I
has
kid,
been
I
ignoring the
kid.
entire conversation, but someone makes a punch, and he goes, "Yes."
Yes.
Yeah, I've been zoned out for a minute here. What's going on, huh?
So the name I came up with, and I don't know if you're like this or not, but the Spark. And I'm gonna.
Alright, that's all
we're
well
okay.
and good, but who am I punching?
You're not punching
Talk
anyone,
now,
you dumb
punch
barbarian.
later. Elaborate on the spark.
So okay, we're inside a tree, right? So like, is there a leaf or something I can grab?
Yeah.
Just
There's
okay,
leaves on
gonna
the
do
bed.
that. So if we're going to want to do good things together, then I think of us almost as like a little spark of hope or something. We're a small flame right now, but as we saw back in the tower, flames also have a bit of a destructive tendency. Sparks can light kind of they can go out of control. And
I
that
have
kind
no
of seems
idea
to
what you're
describe us
talking
pretty
about.
well right now because we can both go out of control, but we're also trying to do good things. I don't know. It's just a name I thought of. You don't have to like it. I was trying to come up with something.
I gotta pass on this one, Chief.
No.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyway.
Any other conversations?
It's like
Oh.
the
Not punching anybody.
All
No,
right,
you're not
I
punching
did
it.
say punch later. I said hit me.
Okay.
Just, you know.
There was a suggestion,
it was
and he
And
said
this-
it was
hit
just
me as a figure of
I
speech.
said it. I can't deny this.
Oh,
If you're looking for
Cal's
something to punch, just
disappointed.
hold on. Let me grab something for you to punch. I got this.
Control, is
No,
this the
Cal
queen
just
still
what
sits
can I
back
grab
sitting
for
with
down,
us?
all
punch?
disappointed.
One sec. What were you saying,
Munches on
Zatsu?
a piece of lettuce.
Is the queen still sitting with us?
No, you've
Or-
been
Yeah,
taken to
we
a
left
house.
her.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
thought. Darn,
she
I
was
was
never
gonna
at the
ask
dinner
her
table. No.
why
Yeah.
that guy was banished and all that stuff.
Okay. There will be time for questions in the morning. Believe me.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've
we're
made
also
sure.
gonna talk to.
Look
We're also
towards
gonna
Sue.
talk to the storyteller, so we can
storyteller.
also talk.
I
Ask
look towards
them.
Soup and say, wanna play something?
Oh,
Sure.
you want to gamble?
Music.
Nah.
Let me pull out my trusty
I mean, that's basically the same
dusty.
thing with our group.
I was gonna say I want to join in just to
Me
see
too.
what my role would be. Damn.
Man, D-Train's dice are working when it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they always do when it doesn't matter.
So D-Train starts playing a song, and it's sounding good, and it comes out well. It's not the song he has been playing, and Nasira starts playing. What do you have? Let's see what you-
11.
No, I could
The
hear
instrument.
instrument.
I think I saw the
Lute, or what
the
was it?
loot.
You have a flute?
Loot.
Lute.
Oh, yes, you have the lute. Okay. You start playing your lute, and you're playing it to accompany D-Train. But you're trying to accompany the song that he's been playing a lot recently. And it doesn't mesh super well. It meshes better than you expected it to.
Hey, yo,
than
Khaled,
Shubi's
are you
likely
joining
to.
in?
But
Oh, I'm so disappointed they don't. get
What
to
was the
punch
role? I
anything.
had to go AFK real quick.
You can punch your drums.
Not the same.
Controlius, what was the role? I had to go AFK.
no, there wasn't a role. I was saying like
Oh, no,
you tried to
result.
accompany the song that he has been playing recently, but not the one he's currently playing.
Okay.
So it sounds better than it has a right to, but it's still
Bad.
it's not great.
Cal, if you want to punch something, we can just spar later. I'm holding up my shield as I say this, and I'm like, you can try to hit me right here. I can take a good hit.
Since Trixie brought up gambling, can I gamble with Trixie? Can we
Hey,
do some
well,
gambling?
I got dice.
All right.
Great, I am proficient in dice, so.
No.
All right. So are you proficient in dice as well, Grandma?
Yes.
Alright,
I mean, I
Just
also
so you
have
can
the
have?
background
What?
gambler. I have the proficient. I have the background gambler.
Oh,
I
you
have
guys
a
are
dice set.
All right. So you're playing a dice game. Let's say, what's a good dice game? I don't know. Dice game.
D&D.
Help!
I mean,
help.
I was Just
You
about
could
to
just
say it.
generic poker,
Craps.
Oh,
not poker.
yeah, craps. That's the one I was
What
trying to think
name?
of. So you're playing craps.
Crap.
Or a D&D version of craps. Let's call it shits.
I don't
Um,
even know what that is.
Yep.
That's a reference. Okay.
So you're rolling. Both of you roll a d20 and then add 2 to the result. So both of you roll a d20.
D20.
What did you say that stood for? I already forgot.
18 I rolled.
God, I rolled 17. We're both very good at what we're doing.
You're both very good at what you do. You're both very good at this dice game. It is much longer it's a much longer game than it should be, considering the simplicity of the game you're playing. But Hippo eventually squeaks it out.
Yay.
So
So
I
how
didn't.
much
Wait,
are
I
we
Hippo
didn't.
get money?
That's up to them. I'm not giving him shit. Um, anything else before y'all go to sleep?
Mm,
I'm not gonna cut down a tree in front of the forest queen.
Probably
You might
seems like
not
a
want to
wise
cut
decision.
down the tree.
Especially since you're also in a tree.
I doubt it, but
From
actually, this would probably be something to ask in the previous village. So never mind.
Oh, what's the
I
question?
was gonna ask if I could somehow learn art.
I mean, so there's art everywhere, Zatsu. I don't
Or
recall
learn to
them.
paint.
Oh, painters. Um, so at this point, it is night, or it's almost night. It's about the time that you would be going to sleep. Now would not be the time to start learning a new skill.
Okay.
Can I,
But-
as we're going to bed, keep working with cheese?
Sure.
Okay, doke.
Roll animal handling for me, D-Train.
Yep, gotcha.
Gonna have him steal another key for us?
God damn it.
gonna steal the key to
So you
the princess's room. It's like, oops.
so
Put
you're
that
trying
back
to,
where you found it, please.
you're trying to train Cheese to start trying to get things other than keys. He hasn't really caught up on anything since then. But you start trying to, like, you pick up a coin, like you take a gold out of your bag and you're trying to show him to go and pick up the coin. And roll a d100 for me.
That's which one of these is it?
It's the 2
Oh,
dice.
that one. Yep, got it.
He gave me
Wait,
loaded
what?
dice.
Wait,
You
why
rolled
did
two
roll short?
D100s.
Oh, how did
That's
that
Supposed
work?
to
That
click them
that
twice.
You double clicked.
That's
It's a
Twitchy
why-
fingers.
94 and a
Yeah,
43.
I know what the first one was. All right. So you try and teach him to go get a coin, and he sort of looks at it and picks it up, and you see him sort of gnaw on it and put it down, and sort of stare at you.
It's like not cheese.
Not cheese.
Did I do good? Did I do good?
So are we pulling for things to do before the long rest or before and during the long rest?
Before and during, if you want to do something during the longest, because that's right, you're allowed to. Everyone else should sleep. And you're in a village, so no one has to put up no one has to be a guard.
My offer to spar with Kaldar still stands if he wants to punch stuff.
Kalidar wants to punch stuff.
I was gonna say throw me in there for the martial training that we were talking about.
Absolutely welcome.
All right. Kaldar, roll a attack with a regular punch that is not the massive one with the gloves.
They're all the same hit DC.
Fair enough.
I guess that would be. No, I'll just do the basic one. Now that's a small number.
My AC is 18. But I'm standing here like intentionally taking the hits as well.
Doc, roll a d20.
Uh-huh. 5. I had a nat 1 and 2 nat 20s, and now I just roll low
We're
again.
doing it, guys.
So
All the small numbers.
I'm
Roll
rolling
another
two.
nat-
No,
no,
two. Don't worry.
Roll another d20 for me, Doc.
I know I'm the. Oh,
8.
I'm rolling.
So, Calabar is, don't want to say aggressive, but he really wanted to punch something. And he comes at you a little bit quicker than you're expecting. That's what you are in your small size. The first one nearly clips the top, nearly gets over the top of the shield and gets you in the face. The second one though, you're able to block a little bit better. You probably need to train for Mitch training a little bit more.
Wait, for what training?
Mitch training.
Mitch training.
It's what boxers do.
Boxing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea. The picture I had in my head with this.
Yeah, but you have
Totally.
you have a bigger shield. You're having a little bit more difficulty time moving around quick enough. You're not. He does not hit you, but he definitely comes close once or twice. And Legend is also working with martial training, or Calcos. Did you want to do anything else during the long rest, Legend?
Still not cutting any trees. I'm out of ideas.
Okay.
I mean, I guess if people are doing things and they have time for that, I will just start working on my invention.
Okay.
Because it takes a long time to actually create it, so I might as well just start.
Okay.
I do have a slight idea, and I don't know how well this is gonna pay off. She said there were other knights for this queen, right?
Yes.
I'm wondering about like I still have the idea in the back of my head of like getting some kind of custom armor made eventually. And can I like ask around, like either ask the knights directly or try to find whatever smith they may or may not have that makes their stuff?
So you notice that their armor was wooden.
Oh, never mind. Forget it.
It is built like their armor is built sort of like samurai armor.
Okay.
Because they are very much the number of items that are actually metal are very you've seen in this village are very limited. So
the most metal they have currently in the village is
us.
one of our party members.
Would they
Hi.
mind-
I've been
would they mind
insulted
if I
multiple
went
times to
around-
my face. I'm dealing with it.
What are you saying, Zatsu?
By
Would they
royalty.
She
one
didn't
more
mean
try.
it, Arky.
Would they mind if I went around and search for herbs of any kind?
I mean, you can decide you want to do that, and you can find out.
Well, no, like I ask because I know that we're guests here.
Roll a perception check for me.
You don't want to look like
Zatsu, can you see in the dark?
Yeah.
I think I can.
mean, I also can.
Catrolius puts magical light everywhere.
I do.
Yeah.
The entire area was glowing.
Yeah, there was glowing mushrooms and glowing herbs like that.
Yeah.
First of all,
That's a 7.
So, Zatsu,
What are
somehow you
rolls
didn't
tonight?
see any mushrooms?
We just went over it.
It's like you didn't see any mushrooms, and that is impressive in itself.
The timing of like how there's glowing herbs and glowing mushrooms everywhere, and then 7. You didn't see a single mushroom anywhere.
Just a bunch of lights that were formed weirdly, you know.
Yeah. So as y'all rest during the night, Orcalco's taking his power down reset, and the rest of you taking a good sleep. You do get a long rest. You will get your spell slots back, and you get your health back.
Yay, I get 1 spell slot back. Yay.
I used quite a few spells, and just that little bit of I came back, so that's perfect.
Yeah. So y'all, you're able to do that, and you feel better about it, and you wake up the next morning, and there is the plates that you had eaten the night before had been taken at some point when you were asleep. And
I'm not gonna say it.
What?
We didn't eat the plates. I'm not gonna say it.
The place you ate off of. were taken in your sleep. Um,
Did I
there,
eat the plates? I might have.
roll d20 for me, Will.
What?
It all depends on what the
Why
plate
is
was
there
made
even a
of.
roll with
Kalada might
this?
have mistook it for salad.
8.
I mean, it was made of wood, so
Oh.
like you licked it,
Oh,
so
he's
the
gonna
food was a
crunch.
little bit tasty, but no, you didn't eat it.
Alright, we're good. We're safe, guys.
good. He's not gonna have splintery poops.
Yeah.
Right?
Um, there is another tray that has fruits and more beans, but they're not the same shade. These appear to be darker, um, almost caramelized, and
I am
some
Probably
definitely
protein.
trying one if it looks sweet.
It's a baked bean.
Oh,
It's pork.
caramel.
It tastes like pork and beans without the pork,
Oh,
like maple, sort of mapley.
English breakfast.
so much
This is in
sweeter
fact
than
an English
usual baked
breakfast without the
beans.
without the blood
Without the
sausage.
meat.
the meat.
Yeah. I mean, there are very small slices of something that look similar to ham, but they are salted. Um, when someone, probably Kaladar, takes a bite, it is a little bit gamey, but it's tasty enough.
Hmm.
Nice.
Eating some insects.
Do it.
Fine. Eating some
Hakuna
insects.
Matata.
No,
Um,
gamey, like
What a
it's
wonderful
actual hunted
phrase.
stuff.
Yeah, hunted stuff. It's squirrel.
Oh.
Oh, you mean the thing I was gonna test my potion on?
Um,
Kaladar.
so
But
as you
Kalada
exit in
likes
the morning,
animals.
you are
And the scroll would have not made it, considering that thing had acidic contents. I'm pretty sure the scroll would have not lived.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
So as you leave in the morning, you notice that there are appears to be a line, almost a dotted line, from the front entrance of where you are, in the direction of another building.
Wait a second. Is this like
Someone trying to
Nice.
James Woods us.
I heard three different things and don't know what any of the people said.
yeah, forget I said anything. I couldn't figure out a way to end that question.
All right, so Hippo and D-Train, but what did y'all say? Not direct at the same time.
Go ahead, Hippo.
I just said I think the line's guiding us where to go.
What did you say,
It's
D-Train?
like
I said, is someone trying to James Woods us?
What does that mean?
Whew, a piece of candy. Whew, a piece of candy.
Uh,
A piece of candy.
I got it.
okay,
I
so
got
the
it.
the thought I had was like almost like where you in a video game see the path literally spelled out for you in like not as something the character would see, but something the player would see
it's
as
a
like,
listy kinda
oh,
looking
this is
thing?
the way to go.
It sort of looks like that. It's sort of, but it's like it's dotted
It's
or
lights
dashed,
or what?
and it doesn't like it's not blinking. It's sort of glowing. It's super faint though, because there is a little bit of light coming breaking through the canopy. Um, it does lead you to a what appears to be a fairly large tree, but this tree, instead of having branches growing down, it appears to have a cloth-like tent over it. Um, and it is a slightly wide tent. It is once again very tall, tall enough for people to enter.
Hey.
Yeah.
Um,
So, shall we James Woods, guys?
What do you mean? I've already left. I'm already gone.
so as
Hal's insatiable curiosity.
as you enter, you see a number of bookshelves.
Ooh.
They're not incredibly full, and the books on them seem old. Um, even from like books that you've seen, they look very old. Um, and some of them are actually like wooden covers. You also see a little chair in the corner with a elderly fairy with a extended white beard that almost is past his belly. His belly, he's not incredibly overweight. He looks like he's begun to lose weight in his age. But he is like sitting there. He's got a little twisted wooden cane. And he has his head leaned over, and he's quietly snoring.
Get off my lawn.
Why am I picturing like Hippo when he's older?
Except much smaller. This one is about 2.5 or about 3 foot tall, just under 3 foot.
I have
Tiny
been
old man
distracted for
hippo.
the past about 2 minutes. Can I get like the 10-second cliff notes?
You follow the
But
line to the
Sounds like
library.
we're at the storyteller.
Okay.
Or him, yes.
And he's sleeping.
I'm
Got it.
gonna nudge him awake.
oh, 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 oh! I have guests. Oh,
Uh,
Good morning.
Hello.
it seems like someone was telling us to come find you. I think.
did little Una
And
ever
I'm
even
gonna
see
point at the
me?
line behind us.
So he looks past you and goes, "Oh, little Una, always very nice. Wants to make sure people don't get lost."
Yeah, it's kind of hard to with that.
He goes, "Yes.
Are you the storyteller?
Oh, I love telling stories. Yes, 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 yes.
Last night she told us you could tell us more about the clock tower.
Ah, the clock tower. Yes, 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 yes. I can tell you all sorts of stories about the clock tower.
The Tower of Mishra, we've been told it is.
Who are y'all?
We're just a
We're just a
random
group
group
of
of adventurers
adventurers.
that strolled into town with the queen's daughter. She
Yeah.
wandered off a bit. She found us right after we were done messing with the clock tower. Some stuff happened. We'll tell you later.
Ah, you found little Una then.
Wait, that
Wait,
no.
Wasn't that the?
He's confused, isn't he?
Catrolius, you need to
Oh.
name the queen, the lion, and the daughter different things.
I mean, they are different things.
The daughter
They
is
are.
Alayla.
The daughter's
Yes.
Alayla. The queen is Una. The lion? What
Mhm.
lion?
I don't
Line.
know.
The
The
line.
line.
The line is
It's like a dotted
it's a
line.
dotted line.
An actual dotted line.
Yeah.
What? I've been hearing lion this whole time.
No,
That's
no,
fine.
line,
Line.
line, line. Dotted line.
So he thinks we're referring to the queen.
And you see him
Right.
sort of squint and pause for a second, and he reaches over and he stumbles and grabs on a bookshelf. You see him pull a pair of spectacles. He puts them on and he goes, "Y'all aren't fairies." "Well," he points at Doc.
Oh.
"You are."
I
"Hi."
Hello.
He looks at Zatsu and sort of shakes his head like, "Ah."
I am in danger.
No, just no, like not like no, like, just a surprise, like, "Ah."
Does
Y'all
this
aren't
man have
Ah.
dementia?
Er,
And wait, pauses as he shakes his head. He goes, "Oh yes, yes. I'm sorry. I was having a wonderful dream." Pauses, looks back and goes, "Oh, yes, yes, yes. Stories. What story should I tell you?"
what do you know about the Tower of Mishra?
"Ah, Mishra and Urza. They were such bright young lads. Princes of Zebania. I do remember their father. He was such a kind man. I went once to see them, see the capital of Zebania, Libertalia. It was such a nice one. So nice and large. It, there was not a lot of trees. The king did his best to keep some plants. He built, I think they called it a park. It was quite disappointing how small it was as compared to, well, even this forest. But it was such a beautiful city. Una never liked it. It was too. It didn't mesh with her. They just. Not enough trees for her. She always has been
Uh,
against technology. It's quite unfortunate. There are some uses to it, I definitely agree. But yes, yes. The two princes, Mishra and Urza, I believe where they were raised was Castle Tanis. Such curious boys. They were very, very kind at young age. I know that as they grew, they changed. I never met them after they were older. I'm not sure what it was, what happened. But
Well, one of
Una,
them built a tower,
yes, yes, the
and
tower, the tower. I know Una at one point refused to let us leave the forest anymore. Said it was too dangerous. I recall loud, horrible creaking sounds, crashing, and some of the loudest explosions I've ever heard. Shook the forest. I've had adventurers come and tell me stories since then. Apparently, Misha was banished from Libtelia. Some horrible argument between him and Urza. I believe it was in reference to succession after the king died. It's most unfortunate. He was a good man.
okay, I can tell he's getting distracted by this point, and Xenia looks very annoyed that he keeps not answering the question about the tower.
Yes, the tower. It to understand of the tower, you must understand the history of it, though. After Mishra left, soon after, I believe I was told. Of course, humans. I'm not sure how long soon after is. But Libertalia was destroyed. The entire city destroyed. And Castle Tanis sunk into the earth. Apparently vanished. Unfortunate. Such a gorgeous city. Mishra created a fortress town. I believe it was called Asperia. The centralized focus of it was the clock tower. The fortress centerpiece. And then Urza, he created the spire crest to the east. I believe the spire crest is now where the wasteland is. Such wonderful, sweet boys when they are young. I know they warred, but they were amazing at building things. Such a disappointment to have what happened. And at this point, he just sort of rocks back and forth. He looks like he's lost in thought.
Okay, but the clock tower, do you know what it was for?
I believe it was the centralized point for Mistral new fortress town city of Asperia.
You
I
don't
believe
know
it
anything
was
about the portal that was in it?
portal. I know Mishra dealt with magic. It said the some blame the destruction of Libertalia on him. It's possible that he created portals to gain resources to different locations, or used it to hide his greatest weapons. I never went in the castle myself.
I know I should have picked
Clock
for
tower.
treasure.
But
Hmm?
he was such a sweet boy.
You
I
keep saying sweet boy.
He's an old man. He remembers them. He
very.
met them when he was young, or when they were young. He remembers them from then.
Hmm.
Any attempt I've made to get him back on topic keeps failing. Someone help me out here.
I mean, so he is aware that Mishra used magic. He never went inside the clock tower. He knows it was part of
And
the castle for Asperia.
he
I wonder
can't
if
You
it
tell you
called
was.
the
what the
town.
clock tower.
I wonder if it was
Can't tell you.
a defensive tower. of some kind, like a battle tower.
You called the town by a different name last time. Was it Camos or something? That's what I have written down here.
Castle Tanis is where they were where they're raised.
Tanis. Okay, I probably
Yeah, that
misheard it then.
was the castle in Libertalia, which was the capital of Zebania. Oh, I'm sorry, not Zebania. Uh, Zenobia.
I need to get these names straight off camera sometime. I probably am misspelling half of them anyway.
You write them down the way you think the way it makes sense to pronounce them. That's what I always do.
Huh?
However it makes
Yeah.
sense to you to pronounce it, write them down that way.
Huh?
So
But there's also names that keep. Anyway, forget it.
names I keep messing up. Yeah.
No, that I keep losing track of.
Okay.
I want to.
What's up, Zasu?
Sorry. I just wanted to ask him if it was some kind of battle tower.
I think it
Like
was his
if-
castle. The top of his castle, I believe.
You mentioned something
Top
about
of
hiding
his
the
castle.
weapons.
It was built to mirror Tanis, Castle Tanis. I believe. From the story.
You said
it has a similar build to it. Castle Tanis was a massive castle. With a peak spire at the back. That's where the boys were raised when they were younger. That's where I met them. I tried to teach them about the forest, to live with nature. So if the clock tower was a centerpiece, there would have been a massive structure around it with it at the peak.
Did you guys search more of the clock tower before? No, you didn't.
Petroleus
Yeah,
gave
I
us
was
a
thinking.
map. There was no down staircase.
I knew
Yeah.
I should
There
have
is no.
checked for treasure chests.
I mean, it
You
most
did check
likely
for treasure
was.
chests, Satsu. Everything was
They were.
burned.
It was burnt.
Well,
Yes, you did.
I'm in on the topper floors.
Too late now.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
Let me just sneak
it's
back there
fine
real
that
quick
the
and stuff.
tower is just their castle that it was on is most likely got
Underground.
destroyed, or I don't think it's underground. I think it just got destroyed because the tower was most likely where the centerpiece, so it was more sturdier than the rest of it. It's the only thing that survived the times.
How did something
don't
on
think
top
there's
of the
any-
castle survive the
Survive,
castle
yeah.
being destroyed?
Well, when
Which-
the castle falls inwards, like to down, you can't just
But-
stand.
But
or
he
stay.
said the clock tower was on top of the castle.
Well,
So-
that just means
so
it was
if-
the highest point in the castle. Everything around it was ruins, but the tower itself was pretty sturdy to last long enough, and it seemed like something magical was like keeping the ivy and stuff off of it. So maybe something magical was keeping it preserved the entire time. I don't know. Just an idea.
At this point, the storyteller seems to speak up. You could ask their ancestor, their descendant. I believe
Wait,
he
what?
lives towards the wasteland.
Who is this?
His name is, I believe. His surname I believe is Baron de Tanis Zenobia. What was his first name? He went by a given name. Joseph.
Joseph.
Manor Lord.
About that.
He's such a good man.
Old?
I
Hmm.
do not think he is old. And that's when he's like, sort of shakes his shoulders and sort of almost tucking his beard into his shirt.
we met him before, and then
He did.
He's dead.
yeah.
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, poor Joseph.
You had to be there.
Yeah, you weren't there.
I'm like,
Hey,
who is this
wasn't that
Joseph
the-
guy that everybody just reacted of? I've never heard of
Wait.
Joseph.
Was that not the scary dude, or was that the other?
He
dude?
was the lord of the manor.
Oh, he was the dude that got murdered. Okay,
Yes.
that's what I figured. I wasn't sure if that was the dude or the other one.
Yep.
So, oh, poor Joseph.
Oh,
And you see him
Yeah.
reach into his back pocket and pull out a little flask. He pops open, he pours a small
Pour
amount
one
out
out for the homie.
before putting the flask back.
Poured one out for the
Correct.
homie. I like this guy.
Correct me if my
Get a
memory is
vengeance.
wrong, but Lupus was his. What was he related to Joseph at all?
And he pauses.
Or
Lupus. Oh, it's been ages since I've heard that name. I believe Joseph adopted him?
hmm.
He was an adventurer. He liked to travel. I believe he was. Where was he from? And you see him sort of scratch his beard. I believe he was from Thatcher. He might have gone back after the death of his adopted father.
You say that Joseph adopted him. Did Joseph not have any more descendants? Children? Whatever.
No, he was always. He kept to himself. He was not.
Hashtag forever alone.
Forever alone, yes.
So, if anyone would know what Joseph knew, it might be Lupus. If we're just wondering.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember her name before I answer this.
Okay.
It's another stack of paper.
Oh.
Names I didn't write down, which I should have. Or names I did write down that I didn't write down where
I mean, my thought is that anyone keeping an important secret that wants the knowledge to remain would have someone to give it to and trust with. So I'm wondering if that's him.
That makes sense.
I mean, it was most likely the twins.
Do you trust a butler with your deepest
I mean-
secret?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
Batman.
makes sense.
Batman was the first thing I thought of. You're right. Okay,
Batman,
fine.
yeah.
I mean, I would say that you most likely would trust. They would trust the twins with them, but they all died.
Well,
Least.
one twin wasn't
So-
real, but
No,
yeah.
both of them were not real.
They
One
were
of
real.
them
Weren't they real and then replaced?
No, one was
Yes.
real, and he created the other one.
You're both right.
It was like a.
But yeah,
They were both real originally, and then one was replaced, and then the other one became an illusion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but both of
pauses
them
for a
were
second and goes,
replaced at the.
Who would Joseph has told? If not, if he pauses and thinks and goes, if not Lupus, maybe Damu?
He did.
Oh no! Stop making us
Yeah,
cry.
tell
No.
him.
I don't know who
Xenia,
any of these people are.
You
Xenia
had to be
definitely
there.
tears up at the mention of Damu.
Oh, one of my oldest friends. One of his living friends.
Yeah.
I guess
Is he gonna pour
that's-
one out for this homie?
He takes her a second, pops it in, turns it, and it's empty. Shakes it a little bit. A couple drops come out and goes, oh, I better go to Cookie.
Damu
Refresh.
wasn't much of a drinker, anyways.
The cook's name is Cookie. Oh my goodness.
Mhm.
I mean,
Wait, hold on. Maybe he has a better cookie recipe. Hold on.
That is a possibility, is it not?
Okay, before we leave, I need to remember to ask him about that. I'm serious. Anyway, continue.
Any other questions?
So, as the newest member of this group, my understanding is everybody who has information is dead for the most part.
We have one lead that we would have to attempt to track down. He's just a dude who's good at throwing knives. I have a souvenir
Okay,
from him.
We have an inkling that he might be a werewolf as well.
What about a werewolf?
Oh yeah, we did have reason to believe Lupus was quite werewolfy.
Well, with a
Yes.
name like Lupus, I would. Never mind.
Yes.
Anyways,
Yes,
I'm glad someone
this is
understands my
Remus
naming-
Lupin all over again.
Yeah, I'm glad someone understands my naming conventions.
So for Suplex, it's like we're in a mansion, and we basically had a murder mystery with multiple people dying. Most of the people that might have known things are most likely dead.
I may have made
There
them
was the
play
wizard. There was the wizard. There was the lord of the mansion. There was random necromancer dude that ran outside and got hit by lightning. And then there was turtle dude that got poisoned. And
no,
I
someone
think
got
that's
struck
all of
by
them.
lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes.
tried to say
It was
that.
a very bad thunderstorm.
I tried to say
There
So
that.
were
there was
very-
flash step dagger to the chest, poison needle to the back of the neck, poison in the food soup drink maybe? Don't remember. It was poison
Alcohol.
in something that someone consumed.
And they
Alcohol,
thought that
And
I was
then
gonna
another
kill
flash step
them
dagger to the chest.
for some reason.
So basically, what I've gathered is that if we want any answers about the threat in the clock tower, Lupus may or may not be the only one who knows. Maybe.
All right.
Hard
got it.
maybe.
Yep.
And we heard where he went, considering he might have went back to his hometown or wherever he came from.
Possibly, yes. It would be the first place to check.
I unironically have a souvenir from Lupus. If only there was some sort of tracking magic.
It's
Oh,
cheese! Search!
Oh my goodness.
I'm working on it. He's
I
not the
said
smartest
tracking
of
magic,
bosses.
not tracking mouse.
So,
King Mouse.
I've got a
obviously-
question for the storyteller.
Okay.
Hey yo, so the Queenie lady, she was telling us about a human who could stop time. You know anything about that?
Stop time. It looks sort of dazed and goes, that sounds like it would be incredibly useful.
Yeah, I agreed.
Useful and dangerous.
And he looks at you and goes, I've never heard of that magic.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Hmm. But the queen knows about it, but the storyteller doesn't. Hmm.
Sounds kind of sus.
Just
A lot
means
of
the
things
queen met
sound
someone that
sus.
the storyteller didn't. I mean, not that weird.
It's... I don't know. I've been very iffy about these Fae for, like, the whole thing, but I have not had anything tangible to base it off of. It's just intuition.
As have I.
They're quirky. For sure.
No, like,
They're
just something
very-
feels off. The words they're saying are fine.
I'm glad
For
I'm not the
real,
only
I
one who
keep
thinks
going.
that.
Hmm.
Any other questions before?
That was the most pressing matter. Those two things. I don't think so.
Have you heard about a grove to the west?
A grove.
Anything?
Yeah, I believe I have heard of a grove. And you see him get up and start digging through scrolls and goes, yes, where did that go? Like, yes, digging. Yes, I found it. He pulls out a small scroll, and Philip he goes, I believe this has something to do with it. And he unrolls the scroll. I'm trying to figure out if there was a brief one like I want to have someone roll something. There's no reason for anyone to roll. D-Train, you recognize it instantaneously. The rest you take just a slight moment. Xenia, you're the next one to recognize it.
Mhm.
Oh, it's the song.
It's the song.
I was like, what would I know that no one else knows?
Oh, you recognize it instantly. You see it's like I know what that is. Xenia is just briefly. It takes a little bit longer, and everyone else
Needed about a second or two to make sure it was not a cookie recipe.
Yeah.
Oh my
Make
goodness.
sure it was not a cookie.
This
Hey,
nat one is
yo.
never going to go out of anyone's memory, is it?
You asked for a cookie recipe from the cook. You wanted to do that. You brought it
I
up this
know.
time.
I know. I'm aware.
Hey, yo, the
you just
song.
like D-Train's instantaneous. You take a little bit longer before you get it. Everyone else takes just a moment longer than that. Because yes, it has something to do with this. I believe. Oh, where does the story go? I believe it's there's a something that lives there.
Something, not someone.
Well, it's some. And he purses his lips. I believe it's a dryad.
A
Oh.
what?
And he looks at you as. I guess you might not know what that is. It's a tree person. They're
Kind of, yeah.
What do you mean? Don't know what that
they're
is?
I don't know what that is.
D-Train, let me see
they
your
are
picture.
a spirit of a tree. They live within a. They have a certain tree which is their home. Generally, this one is intensely musical. I've heard she sings beautiful songs, but I know this one is much more melancholy than the one she's supposedly sung previously. Um, it's been many years since I've left the village. My back's not what it used to be. You you'll understand later, maybe.
So, are the songs identical?
Uh,
Can I look at it?
roll performance at advantage.
Oh, well, I'm pretty sure that works anyways. Oh, ouch.
With advantage, you got 10.
There you go.
Yeah,
He did
Oh.
not
You
do
got
the
a
shortcut.
23.
he didn't do the shortcut. Yeah, so yeah, they're perfectly identical. Um, it looks like the everything written on the notes is exactly identical. There's a slight difference in the not the words, but it looks like the text is in a different handwriting. But it looks like it looks like the one that he has is a copy.
Hmm.
We got the original.
Possibly.
Possibly.
Interesting.
Who gave that to you?
I believe I got this from a tracker. He used to go through the woods. He said he found the.
Used to? Not still does.
I haven't seen him in years. He found the grove at one point. He said he was supposed to deliver it to someone. I don't remember who. And you see him sort of looking up to the right, squinting his right eye. He's obviously thinking of something.
He thinks like I do.
Well, I don't think he made it to wherever he was delivering it to, because we found this. It looks like it was lost in the woods.
Lost. But he knew the woods almost as well as we did, as those in Laurelwyn.
No, not that he was lost, but more like he dropped it, like he lost it.
He was an honorable man. He spoke often of his honor, that he would never. Why would he be lost? Why would he have dropped it? And he looks confused. He's really like, something must have happened to him.
How long ago was this?
I've had this, and he looks at the paper, a number of seasons. I don't get out of this often. He he shifts to you. You can see he's still holding his cane, but you hear like things creaking as he steps. And he takes a step and pauses. His face looks very relaxed, And then you hear a pop, and he squints and shifts again.
Poor old dude. I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain.
I'm gonna. This is gonna be stupid. I'm gonna like lay on hands like 2 HP on him just to see if I can help. Whatever this is,
You
it might not do
I
anything.
want to ask something.
you heal him a little bit. And he goes, "Oh, these old bones appreciate that." What's up,
No
Sansu?
problem.
I was just gonna ask if there were any Fae in the village that would be able to teach me art,
He looks at his.
painting, whatever. You know what I mean?
Do you plan to stay here to learn from them? There's art everywhere. I believe even Cookie believes his food is art.
Food is art.
What's your favorite thing that Cookie makes?
No, I don't plan to stay here. I still want to travel with these band of adventurers.
I definitely would have said fools.
I know.
I really want to avoid us being called that. If you can't tell.
He looks at you. So he goes, "Yes, it
But I was
might
just
be
like,
difficult to
yeah.
learn any form of art in a short period of time." And then he looks at you, Zenny, and he goes, "I believe Cookie makes this wonderful recipe. I believe he calls it chocolate chip cookies."
Okay.
Roll a dexterity saving throw, Doc.
What, me? What? 15.
You feel something slipping out of your bag,
Oh no.
and you have to grab it to push it back in before it does.
Do you wanna check on that?
Oh, maybe you can actually wait. What was that dude's name?
Which one?
The Cheshire Cat guy,
Oko.
Oh wow.
Oka.
Yeah.
I want to ask him, what can you tell us about him?
And you see him smile like, "Ah, Oko. He always wanted to be funny. His jokes were..." He wavers back and forth. "Not always funny."
I don't know. He seems pretty funny to me. He made the barbarian hit his face.
And he gives a small smile. It's like, "Yes, those were the good ones."
Alayla didn't seem to like him all that much.
Why was he banished?
He was banished? Oh. And he has this look of understanding. He goes, "Oh, that's... I knew I hadn't seen him in a while.
Damn, the storyteller didn't know.
That's why he vanished after he proposed to Alea."
Oh.
So he proposed to someone, and
Okay.
out of embarrassment, he left.
Nah,
He was banished by the queen.
by the
Well, I mean,
queen
I know
because he
that,
proposed to
but-
her daughter.
Ah, okay.
Get away from my daughter.
So he proposed to the princess, then.
And she said, "Ah, hell no."
I know he wanted more. He always did. But I'm not sure I didn't realize he upset the queen so much. But she wouldn't be able to banish him from the forest. I assume
Yeah, nah,
she
he's still
didn't.
here.
still around.
What did he do before? Like, what was his role around here? Did he have a job or anything?
Oh, he would always help me with my books.
So, like an apprentice, almost?
Yes. I think that one, he points to a book that's on a bookshelf near Hippo. I think that's the last one I had him help me with. He put it up there. It's on the top shelf, just in this. You you haven't noticed before because you weren't thinking about it, but the fairy's wings are drooping. He's obviously not flying anywhere. He goes, "I'm having difficulty reaching it, but I do know that he was the one who put it up there for me."
Hey yo.
I
You put
use
it
my
up
tail
there
and try
for
to
you.
get it up.
It's like, yeah, I don't want him to look at this. I want to put it
I
up
try-
here. He's not gonna see it.
I try to get it down using by sitting
Why
by
don't
straightening
we
my
just have-
tail and trying to stand on it, even though it's a terrible idea.
I mean,
I mean,
Why not have Hippo grab it? He's standing right next to it.
More fun this
Yeah.
way.
I'm also
Yeah.
sure that Hippo is way taller than anyone, and
Yeah,
that
that's
would
what I
be
said.
very
Yeah.
hard for
More
him.
fun this way.
I mean, all right. So, Zatsu, you trying to do it in spite of Hippo?
Yeah.
All right. Roll a
Actually, can't I use sleight of hands for this?
You have
Or magic
mage hand.
I mean, so
Mage hand.
you're trying to straighten up the tail, trying to get up to it. So roll a Constitution saving throw. Hippo, you do it too.
Constitution?
Is the
Constitution.
book trapped? What?
14.
19.
The book.
And
So
then
Zatsu, you reach up and you are able to just get to the top, and you pull yourself up and grab the book, and you plop down next to Hippo, and you sort of open the book, and a cloud of white dust puffs out of it into your Hippo's face. You start
Hold to
coughing,
avoid
and you
coughing.
feel a tightness in your chest. But you're able to, like, you feel yourself just turning away and pushing away the dust, and you feel the tightness loosen.
I should have used mage hand.
Whatever was in the book probably could have done. You feel like you probably could have done some amount of harm if you were not in as good condition as you are.
Okay. I hand the book over to Xenia, I guess.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Like what is the book?
Oh, okay. You will look at the book. It appears to be just a book of shoot.
It's whatever book they were pointing to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like what's the cover? What's it about?
So
Stuff.
it's a wooden book.
Book.
It has a bark cover. There's nothing written on the outside, obviously. You open up and there are nice papyrus paper. It looks like it's just a bunch of drawings of creatures in the forest. There's foxes, mice.
So it's a bestiary.
Yeah.
Does anything seem off about it? If it was the last thing that he made and it was trapped, this can't be that simple.
Roll a nature check. At advantage.
Oh, this first is a 16. The second was a 14.
All right.
16.
Oh, you don't get a bonus on it either. So there are creatures in the book that you haven't seen in the forest. And some of them are in different forms. This book is quite old. But there's nothing that's really unusual about it. It looks like it's just creatures of the forest. From what you can tell from looking at the book, nothing's been changed about it, nothing's been removed. It was Oko's joke was probably just putting it out of reach and then trapping it with something because he thought it was funny.
He does like his jokes.
Okay. Well, do you mind if I keep this?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sure we have other books with the animals in them, and we see the animals all the time.
You can make a copy of it before I leave. It's fine. I was just wondering.
It's about a 150-page book.
See, you just got our Pokédex.
It's 150. You had to say that. Oh no. Oh no. I was just gonna have this
information on these things.
I have questions.
I have answers.
Go ahead.
Can I ask the storyteller if I can look through his scrolls and books at some point later? Or now?
Of course.
Even read his books, or are they in?
I speak Sylvan.
He does.
Oh, you do? Okay, I didn't realize.
We programmed him with that. It's fine.
Okay.
Is there anything particular you're looking for, or?
I would just like to browse around.
Okay. Shrugs, he has no issue with it.
Alright.
Actually, I might search around
Because
myself.
speaking
for...
as a player, I'm not sure I trust this man.
I mean, insight check.
I was going to browse through and see if I could find anything that looked suspicious, but if he's open to it, and you're also not going to have me find anything, then I'm just wrong, and that's fine.
I mean, roll an insight check.
Okay.
He seems to be bad at his job. He's a forgetful storyteller.
He seems to be very old and senile.
Yeah,
He
he's
forgot
old.
who the princess was. He thought it was the queen.
Well, because he's old.
He remembers.
Yeah, he's old and
That's a good roll.
senile.
So, as far as you can tell, he's telling the complete truth. It appears he's very old. He probably remembers when the current queen, was the princess.
Uh-huh.
Yes, that's what I expected. That he was like, oh yeah, the princess, and refers to the queen.
Like I
he's
said,
way older than
dementia.
the queen.
Yep.
Yes, he's old.
Anything else in here before y'all leave?
Did I find anything of interest in the scrolls and books
Oh, you're doing
that
it
is
now?
worth mentioning?
Are you gonna do that now?
Yeah, if he's gonna let me.
Sure. I wasn't sure if you wanted to do that now, or if you wanted to wait till a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll do now,
Okay.
because we're here.
Roll an intelligence check.
Alright, I have a +3, that means I'm gonna get a 5.
And the roll.
In the
And-
mail.
And
Oh,
roll a
no.
history
Yeah, you
check.
get double.
Twice what you guessed.
That one. We'll take it.
And roll an arcana check.
I read a lot of books.
Mm-hmm.
All different books.
That one's pretty bleh. +5 helps, though.
So you start going through the books, and it takes you just a little bit as he continues to have conversations with the rest of the party. The ones you look through, they make sense. There are a lot that are just stories, and some of them are stories you've heard of. You're able to find one that does talk about the stories he's told about, the brothers, Mishra and Ursa. Um, it looks like this book was handwritten. It is quite an old book, so this is probably information he was given by a traveler. Um, but from what you can see in the book, it does match what he said. Um, and as you go through, you realize they are all handwritten. They all appear to be in similar handwriting, though there are changes as you go. Um, you are able to find one that does talk about the spells for the buildings. It looks like they do perform some amount of druid magic here. But beyond that, you don't have a great deal of information. You didn't glean anything additional from the books.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'm good.
Okay.
Nope.
So, as y'all finish talking to the storyteller, you walk outside as a group. The dotted line that had led you here was gone. It looks like it was temporary.
Uh-huh.
And you walk out trying to determine what your next move is. As you walk out, you start slowing down. And you
No,
realize
this
this,
again.
and it's unusual, and you feel the same sensation that you felt prior of being heavy.
Not this again.
I am going to react by using detect magic
So
to see if I can see if like anyone around us is doing this to us.
So as you do that, you feel yourself slow. You sort of the entire party takes itself on guard.
Can I
And
dodge? Never mind.
as you feel it slower, and you see the colors sort of slowly drain, become dull, less vibrant. The trees become grayish, and the fairies, you see them slowing, and then eventually everything stops, and the entire world appears in grayscale to you. Um,
Here we go again.
you're still attempting to cast the spell when you notice that there is a pattern coming out on the ground of
Did we step on a trap?
bright blues and greens. And what did I just kill? That's not what I meant to do. Bright blues and greens. And at the center, you see a figure sitting on what appears to be just almost a chest-shaped box. But neither he nor the box were there a moment ago. And the figure almost radiates a white light that doesn't extend off of him. He looks. He seems to be. His hands are moving, and you're having a difficulty telling the difference in his shape. You can tell this person has arms and legs. You can see parts moving, but you can't see any detail. They appear just to be almost a white blur of brightness, but it's not. It's a light that sort of engulfs itself, and you see the lines sort of extend through the soil into this semi-intricate design circling him. And you hear the voice again that you heard earlier. Very interesting. Yes, I think you will do quite well. Perhaps. Oh no, there is no perhaps. You have questions.
Who are you?
Looks at you. Able to speak already, are you? Much better than everyone else I've had interactions with.
Okay, I have a question. Is he physically here? Like, actually?
You roll perception.
-2. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
So you see a figure, you can't really tell if it's physical or not.
Doc, we talked about this.
I rolled 2 nat 1s and 2 nat 20s in the same session.
Could I
This is
punch
great.
it to find out?
I have.
Roll a strength save at disadvantage, Will.
Okay, because
I was just thinking out loud.
No, do that anyway, Will.
Okay, strength
if I
save at advantage.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage. All right, I got. That's still 24.
Wow.
Wow.
Damn.
Disadvantage, you rolled a 19. What the heck?
No, disadvantage, you rolled a 17.
Wait.
Suck
Oh.
it.
Oh.
So
Oh, never.
you.
Okay.
You are a. Kaldar is a simpler mind who sees the world already in black and white. And attempts to lunge forward. You're able to actually move. You are still significantly slower. As you push forward with all your strength, you're able to slowly raise your arms up, and you get them to about the point where your elbows are bent halfway before
When
you
you're done
just
with this, I have a question, by the way.
freeze again. He goes, no, 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 no. No touching.
God, what if I had to roll 2 nat 20s?
Can I
Can I follow up my perception check with something real quick?
What do you want to ask, Doc?
Because I was asking if he was here. I also want to know if he's within 10 feet of me.
Within 10 feet?
Yes.
Um,
Because I am planning on using Nature's Wrath Channel Divinity on him if I can. If he's not within 10 feet, forget it, because it's
He
10
is
foot
just
range.
outside of 10 feet.
Okay, never mind. Like, can I
You're at
step
disadvantage.
into that 10-foot range, or am I stuck where I am?
You are stuck
So-
right now.
Okay, never mind.
So we're already out of 10 feet from him, right?
Yeah, you're about
Can I
20 feet away.
try to slime about 30 feet backwards to see if I can get out of this?
Strength save throw at disadvantage.
Can I also do wait?
Strength to instead of athletics, because I'm trying to get the fuck out of here.
Strength at disadvantage. You're trying to move.
I mean, you're trying.
You're
to
trying
move
to
and you
fight
can't
this
move.
force.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
can
was
do
trying
it
to
2
fight
times
him
if you
too to
want.
step closer.
Okay. What's the roll?
Strength at disadvantage.
Can I
Strength
do this?
save.
Save.
Strength save at disadvantage. Yeah.
Can I do this too? Because I was trying to get closer to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Strength.
Right. Can
16.
3 players
What?
haven't
anyone
used
beat
their
me
movement
close?
this turn, correct?
This is not a turn.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is
Disadvantage, I got 14.
All right. So.
I mean, the
Zatsu
dude
and
just want to talk.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, shit, man.
I
want
don't
to move. I want to
trust this guy. I want to restrain him if I can.
So the three of
I
you who
don't
tried,
think you can.
Zatsu and Suplex and Xenia, you all try and push yourself in the direction you want to go, and you're unmoved.
Okay.
Um,
My question earlier was if I cast minor illusion, it wouldn't do anything, right?
So how's minor illusion cast?
Let's see.
what are
does
the
it
letters
say
it
in the
says next to
notes?
it?
Yeah.
You create a sound.
Minor
No.
illusion.
What are the letters next to it? It's got types.
Be some combination of V, S, and M.
Minor illusion should be 1A.
A bit of fleece.
All right. So it requires items, and you're not currently holding those items.
Okay.
So you're not able to cast it.
Okay.
Also, just so the party knows, when I use detect magic, it says a faint aura around any visible creature or object, and Controlius definitely described that when he was describing whatever this was. So it did detect him.
Can I shut him up?
I mean,
You didn't finish.
sure.
You weren't able to finish casting the spell, Doc.
Oh, never mind.
I mean, detect magic, the way that it usually worked when I played in my D&D group is you can detect magic. You don't really know what, like,
Yeah. I
can
know.
also be just blinding you if there's so much magic. You can barely see anything because the pure magic is just surrounding you and everything. Detect magic is not usually helpful when something's right there. Detect magic is good to find something that you can't see or that was there and follow it. Detect magic is usually not to be helpful. Like, it's something weird happens, you can detect magic.
We couldn't see him the first time, though.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
Yeah. That's
The
why I
first
reacted
time it
that way.
made sense. But on the second time when he actually did the thing, it was like, yeah, if you would have succeeded, you would have blinded yourself with the amount of magic.
Yeah, I've definitely had someone go actually go blind with detect magic because he turns.
It's also concentration, and I can break it at any time, but whatever.
Yes.
So at this point, some of you have tried to moving. Y'all are just so determined.
I'll take that as a
What do you
compliment.
want?
He looks at you and goes, yes, I guess that is the important thing. There are issues in the world. I can't deal with them anymore. I guess I could, but I've promised not to.
Promised who?
Oh, that's not a concern. You see, I watch to make y'all, I believe the phrase is, my champions. I need you to go somewhere for me. And you'll know what to do when you're there.
Why would we even help you?
And you see a shift in the appearance and you're not positive, but you think he's smiling. He goes, "Ah, I do so love the Yuan-Ti. So determined. I need you to go to Shadowmoor. It's in the forest swamps to the west, past Enderberg, across the river, to the north."
Through the woods to grandmother's house we go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And if
I
we
was thinking.
What'd you say, Zatsu?
and if we refuse,
Oh, I know you will want to. You'll avoid it, and you'll end up there anyway.
We don't like working for someone if we don't know who they are.
Ah, that is a reasonable request. And I am
Introductions are in order.
a reasonable man. Yes, introductions.
first off, how do you know about us? Have you been stalking us?
Oh,
What?
Obviously.
What?
Look,
Look,
I don't think
I'm
a
gonna be honest. I've
magical
been zoning
dude that
out for
can
like.
stop
Look,
time
I've been
and
zoning
us
out.
needs to
I've
stop.
been
Hey,
zoning
let's
in
not too
and out. I've been zoning in and out of the session.
that's fair.
Yeah.
And he looks at you and goes, "Oh no, no. You're nowhere near that important. You happen to be and there's a pause, and you imagine he's probably pursing his lips. The right place at the right time? Or maybe the wrong place at the wrong time. You were just there. And you noticed when I changed something.
It's kind of hard not to.
Yeah, really.
I mean, you could also be
But
freezing.
others do not."
I mean, just he's not trying to slow time or stop time. With I don't know, the way that I see it is like if we can interact with him, that already means that we are resistant or special enough that he deserves attention. Be like, oh, they didn't just they can actually do shit. Maybe I should look into them.
Basically.
Do we get
So-
anything out of this, or are we just your playthings now?
Oh, I wouldn't call you my playthings. I'm letting you go
Champions.
after this. You will be my champions. Now,
Champions of what?
of
I
mine.
mean, he was about to introduce himself.
Yeah, I'm like, can we get his name?
I did promise my name. I should give it to you. And everything goes back to the way it was before. In a snap.
He didn't give it to us, did he?
And at this point, the book that you're carrying, Arcalcos, feels slightly heavier.
Did Doc hand me his book? I didn't take a book.
The doc. I'm sorry. The
I have the
book,
Pokedex
Zinnia's
thing,
holding
yes.
is slightly heavier.
I'll
pull it back out.
Yeah.
And on the cover, where there were no words before, you see Book of Thrawn.
Thrawn.
Thrawn. And that's what we're in.
Thron.
Thrawn. And that's what we're going to intercession for tonight.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Thrawn.
Okay.
Well,
I'm curious.
Yes.
You said we were very likely to level this session.
Yeah, you were.
We didn't do
You're
anything.
gonna level. Level don't mean that you need to kill something. You
I
also
understand
gain
this.
experience.
He didn't say that we've leveled.
Oh no, you're leveling now.
Okay.
Like, y'all all going to level 5 now.
Okay. I have a Dexter attack. This is cool.
Fireball.
You'll have to help me with mine
Extra
eventually.
attack
I know.
and more
Controllers.
movement.
Yeah,
Um,
me too.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I was talking about with y'all before, so people who are watching the stream can hear me. We are going to skip next week. For a number of reasons, including the fact that I like watching the Royal Rumble.
Oh, oh,
But
my
yeah,
plus numbers got bigger. Oh, it's beautiful.
did y'all enjoy tonight?
It was not
Oh,
exactly high octane action, but it did its job.
It
I'll
wasn't
level
intended
with
to
you.
be. I wanted to give y'all opportunity to do much more of a roleplay centric one, where y'all did go to this place. You get to have a lot of conversations. It is.
He did say he wanted us to interact with each other more.
Yeah, I did, and I.
Catrolius has taken one tiny line from Xenia's backstory and blown it up with a microscope.
Oh,
Yeah,
Okay.
shit!
he did say he was going to do that about with almost everybody at some
I
point.
forgot to do something else. I'll do
It's
it next
fine.
time.
I forgot to do something else too, but it's too late now.
I'll do it next
Like
time.
I was gonna try to better explain the name I wanted, but no one liked it, so whatever.
I thought it was okay.
Spark.
Like I pulled the leaf because I was literally gonna spark it and light it on fire, and I totally forgot to do it.
I assumed you were going to do it. And I
I
was
thought
waiting
that's
for
what you
you
were going to do too, but you didn't.
I got lost in the explanation and I forgot. Okay, fine. I'm
Well,
bad at explaining
we
things.
can all pretend that you did it.
Yeah.
we know.
I said
we all
the
assumed you were going
spark
to.
can be destructive. It can light things on fire, and I was gonna light it on fire when I did that, and I totally forgot. But whatever. Like, whatever. Druidcraft lets me start fires. It's fine.
I also like. I hope y'all like the little design I drew with the one figure. That definitely took me like 30 minutes.
All I saw was like a crystal thing around
Oh, how much
surrounded
health
by
do
ink.
I have now?
I think
You're back to full health.
You're back to full
shouldn't you?
health.
'Cause
And
of the long
Maximum
rest?
health. He just
Yeah.
I'm
leveled.
at
Level up.
60.
whatever
It's
maximum health is
60
listed
now.
for your character, I can check it when
It's 6.
sometime later.
I got 60 health points. 5d12.
Plus con
your
modifier per level.
So plus 2.
We're both
Per
at 65.
He shouldn't be at 65. He's
Plus-
D12.
So plus 2 per level.
Is he D12?
Yeah, Barbarian's D12. Barbarian has the most health.
So 60.
Hold on.
I think
Let
you're
me.
D10 and he's D12. That's something we can discuss later.
So I have 70 health.
Kaldar con modifier when it loads is plus 2.
Yeah, so plus 10. Alright, if I'm going to end the stream for the night,
Okay.
but I appreciate everyone who came in by in chat. Thank you, Legend of Grandma, for rating. Because
No problem.
that. And thanks, Jonesy and Elix, for dropping by and chatting. I hope everyone has a great night and a great week.